Wow. That ended so perfectly. Dang. I couldn't have timed it better myself. Well, howdy doody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another day, another dollar, another live stream, another celery talk. Got this jacket. I got my jean jacket ready to go. Shove that down. Don't look at that. This is a set, guys. Quiet on the set. My costume team left. My costume team left this here. God. Can't trust him. My gut told me to put away my jean jacket, but, you know. Next time I'll trust myself better. Welcome. On this note, I was up until the buzzer cutting sound bites for today's stream. So, welcome. Make sure that you can hear the sound bites. Yep, okay, you should be able to. Here's a little preview.
Are you freaking bonker pants?
Are you freaking bonker pants? If so, leave a bongo in the chat if you're freaking bonker pants today. We're going to talk about some bonker pants stuff on this stream as well. It's sort of a dark, sad topic. I've talked about this before. Generally. So if you haven't seen that stream and you want to watch it later or want to watch it now and then start this one to learn about the medical medium in more detail, I did a stream probably maybe 2 months ago now, maybe 3, where we talked about who he is, where he came from, all of the, you know, mainstream media outlets that promote him, which I find to be completely ridiculous. And they bear some responsibility, I think, in the story that we're going to talk about today. But the medical medium is, I mean, he hasn't gone anywhere, but he blocked me, okay, recently. He has taken me off of Instagram. So that's an update. And what do I have to say about that? That's an update. I say... He didn't hurt my feelings, okay? He intuitively tried, I think, but he didn't succeed. So that's the update. And then also Vanity Fair has come out with a pretty damning article about him and about one of his very loyal followers who we're going to talk about today. And obviously, based on the title of this video, she passed away after listening to his advice. Now, we're going to get into the details. I'm going to read the whole article, and then we're going to talk about his reaction. He's done a 3-part podcast. I have not heard it yet, but basically he set it up where it's all a conspiracy. It's all evil trying to get him to be quiet, I suppose.
Super freaking privilege.
Oh yeah, I have a new audio that goes with super chats. So, woo, woo, woo. Thank you, Darby DeFord. Darby DeFord chose hands doing the sign of the horns with sparkles around them. Go Longhorns, as Matthew would say, right? That's going back to Matthew McConaughey for a second. I follow him on Instagram now after this whole fiasco that he did the life coaching, self-help seminar thing recently. And he's like on the field of football games like every day. I'm like, do you have anything to do with football? He's like coaching players from the sidelines, like all of his Instagrams. I'm like, what is going on? Thank you for subscribing. Yes, I appreciate it, Darby. Okay, now I'm seeing it. I have the chat pulled up, so now I can see all the super chats. For that I say, Darby, this is important. Make sure to keep this stream at the top of your mind, all right? And
tattoo it on the inside of your eyelids.
Also,
there's over 2 million of you guys from 155,000 different countries.
That is true. There's 150,000 different countries represented in every single Kia's World stream. So you did it, guys. You did it. And also, this is how I'm going to be describing myself from now on.
This man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
I'm not a man, but I am one of the most creative geniuses of all time. And if you disagree, then, leave the cult, I guess. But seriously, speaking of cults.
Oh, okay. Cults.
We are going to, we, as in me, I'm going to look up the list. I have the list pulled up, actually, of warning signs that you are in a cult and 10 warning signs that the cult leader is potentially unsafe. And I think when we start to look at this medical medium stuff in more detail, to me, it's evidently clear, very clear that medical medium, aka Anthony William Covello, is in fact a digital cult leader. Now, I say digital because I don't think he has a compound in which he has followers living at his house, which is more of like the traditional old school cult as we think of with like Waco and what's the one with the Nike shoes? The Heaven's Gate. They all live together. Teal Swan's got something out in Utah where they're all living there, at least temporarily. I don't think he's got that, but I think the people...
Oh, okay, cult.
There you go. I think the people who are involved in medical medium, you'll see how die hard, unfortunately, they really are in supporting him.
Privilege.
So we're going to talk about that. We're going to kind of show some of the messages and comments that I see in these groups where it's just like, this guy is not okay. And I'll remind you of all of the background stuff. DC says, thank you for covering this. Thank you for covering it as well. I was watching your video earlier about Jessie Lee Ward, who is Boss Lee, who we've talked about on this channel, the MLM boss babe who had that crazy Colombia retreat. I covered that story before she found out, and we all found out, that she was diagnosed with like stage 4 colon cancer. And now apparently that Boss Lee is listening to medical medium advice and doing celery juicing, which is medical medium's big recommendation, is you're supposed to drink celery juice with no extra ice and no water in the morning on an empty stomach, and that will cure cancer. That will cure everything. And I have the book. It's actually in my room on my bookshelf. I need to, have to get a delivery service to get me the book. But yeah, where's my medical medium soundbite? Here we go. This is for you, DC. Hold on. Here.
Grandma has lung cancer.
It's a depressing one, but just for you. And let's see, who else? There's somebody else too. Bun Mom. Thank you, Bun Mom. Bun Mom says, the new soundbites are straight fire. Hey, straight fire. Thank you. I have a lot. And I have more coming too because I ran out of time. But for that I say,
Marie Forleo, what are you saying right now?
when we do a Marie Forleo episode, we'll have that one at the ready. Thank you, Alaska Blue Tundra, for the 20 memberships. Thank you so much. I know everyone is really excited when that comes through. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for that I say,
I began to purge.
That's Matthew McConaughey. What else, Matthew? What else do you have to say to us? What else do you have to say to Alaska Blood Tundra for sending these memberships to the group?
Okay, Colts.
No one's come to save us.
Matthew, that's a little depressing. What about this? What else do you have to say? Okay. I mean, that was more coherent than a lot of things he said in the past. Thank you. Okay. So, just as a reminder of Medical Medium, I'll show you. I can't show you his Instagram any longer because I'm blocked, baby. But that's how it be.
Okay. Colts.
Medical Medium. And thank you again, Alaska Blood Tundra. You are the MVP for real, forever and for always.
Okay. Colts.
And also, yes. Okay, let's bring it up. Here is his Facebook.
Okay. Colts.
Because he can't block me on Facebook. Well, I guess he could, but he hasn't. As you can see, he has a lot of books. He's an author of sorts.
Okay.
I own, we're going to hear this 20 times. I'm sorry, everybody. I changed it to a new soundbite, so we're going to hear Rach 20 times. This one I own. It is the original Medical Medium book, and it's the one where he talks about how he got his gift. So basically, when he was 4 years old, he claims that a spirit in his ear showed up. And it's a old man with a scruffy beard, with a big white beard. And he says he's the spirit of compassion. And it visits Anthony, aka Medical Medium, and bestows a gift on him. And this spirit of compassion is just one step below God. So apparently there's God is like high tier, like the top of the pyramid, you know, girly. And then the downline directly below God is the spirit of compassion, and the spirit of compassion decided to choose this random man to deliver the world advanced medical advice. Why would they not pick someone medically trained? I don't know, but you know, and why would they want a man that will sell the information as opposed to give it away for free? That's the thing I think about. This is just a random thought about this all. But if you truly believed that you had a gift from God or a God-like figure, the fact that you would ever, oh, thank you. The fact that you would ever charge for that information, even a cent, to me seems slimy. Like, wouldn't you trust that God would provide? Like, you wouldn't have to charge anything. You wouldn't have to put your books on Amazon. You would just like put them online for free and say anyone that needs it. Instead, we have Books A Million, Barnes & Noble involved. Anyways, here it is, proof that I own this stupid shit. And I bought this, ironically. This was not part of my pre-self-help world. Anyways, and I read from this last time. But basically, he talks about how he can here's one on autism. Of course, we love that. ADD and ADHD and autism. We love to cure ourselves of that with celery. Okay, here's, just in case you know, and again, this man has no medical training, no medical knowledge. He gets all of his information that's advanced medical information that hasn't been discovered yet somehow. And everything is also Epstein-Barr virus in his mind. He's going to tell us what causes ADHD and autism. And I just randomly picked this page, okay? I have not read this necessarily. It says, a popular misconception is that ADHD and autism are the result of a poor intestinal environment. I don't think that is a misconception that I've heard, but okay. Some current thinking goes that an overproduction of candida, yeast, mold, and non-beneficial bacteria are to blame for children's hyperactive, inattentive, impulsive, or antisocial behavior, and that improving intestinal flora will improve children's brain health and alleviate their symptoms. This theory is a distraction from what's really in play. Okay, so he's going to tell us the truth about ADHD and autism. Anybody can benefit from clearing up their gut health, even if they're unaware of how or why. In the case of ADHD and autism, trying to improve the intestinal environment with probiotics and probiotic-rich foods is a good intention that's peripheral. It doesn't address the true underlying cause of ADHD and autism, toxic heavy metals. Okay, and here's a little preview as well. Everything in this guy's world is caused by toxic heavy metals and Epstein-Barr virus. So you don't even have to read this book anymore because that is the answer. And the solution is celery juice in the morning, empty stomach. Anyways, it's a racket. It's a scam. It is a sad attempt, a successful attempt to target people with chronic illness who feel neglected from the healthcare system, which I think is the big problem here, the glaring elephant in the room, that at least in America, the healthcare system is so poor that people are sort of led to these conclusions to find alternatives because they're not able to see actual medical professionals fast enough, cheap enough, and often enough. And there's a lot of, I think really true criticisms of the healthcare system that they're overworked, doctors don't have time, they're not taking patients' pain seriously, health, concerns seriously. And a lot of it's about insurance and about money. And I don't disagree with any of that. However, I don't think the solution is listening to a scam artist who is willing to let people think that God is speaking through him and saying, don't worry about the lump in your breast, just keep drinking celery juice, you're all good. Yeah, that's where we're going to start today. So here he is again. Here's this dude. He is the chosen one. And I 100% believe, now this is obviously my own personal opinion, he is either already definitely a cult leader or will continue to grow in prominence as a cult leader and has already, sort of had a victim, at least one, most likely more, through his work. And no one seems to care in the sense of governmental agencies. Where is the, making or practicing medicine without a license charges? Then of course on his website, he has the legal disclaimer that says, I'm not a doctor, but he's definitely, I just read what he says. This is what causes ADHD and autism. Here's the cure for that. I know it's a slippery slope. I know you're allowed to say things, but I don't know, man. I would hope, at least in the state of California or something, would maybe take a look. I don't know. Anyways, so here's the article that we're going to be discussing today. Oh yeah, let's look at this just as we start. The cult signs, to refresh everybody, or to, for the first time, kind of talk about it. All right, here's 10 warning signs of a potentially unsafe group or leader. Absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability. I think that's medical medium 100%. And we'll see that from his 3-part podcast rebuttal. And like I said, this is what it's called. The plot to take down medical medium. This is on his own website in response to this Vanity Fair article we're about to read. And basically he's trying to mobilize his very desperate, very committed followers to his cause and to counteract this article and I don't know. I don't really know what he wants. We're going to hear about that in a second. But I think that sounds authoritarian to me. He's the only one, he's the chosen one who has the connection to God, and no one else on earth ever has had the gift that he has, according to him. No tolerance for questions or critical inquiry. Yep. I think that's on brand. You're not allowed to question it. You have to follow the advice exactly to the T that he gives because it's ordained by Spirit of Compassion. So, okay. No meaningful financial disclosure regarding budget expenses, such as an independently audited financial statement. I don't know about that one, but he's not very open. He doesn't even talk about where he came from, what city he was born in or lived in. He's very vague. You don't know how old this guy is. You don't really get any information on purpose. Unreasonable fear about the outside world, such as impending catastrophe, evil conspiracies. Okay. If that wasn't clear already. And persecutions. Yes, that's the number one thing. And also he's on the chemtrail thing. He's all about the world is trying to trick you and lie to you and I have the truth. Okay. There is no legitimate reason to leave. Former followers are always wrong in leaving, negative or even evil. Okay, in this Facebook group that he has, which is a open group, I believe, or a group that I joined, members only, but it's got like 15,000 people in it. Yeah, you're not allowed to really say, I don't agree with this. The people will attack you immediately. So yeah, you're not really allowed to leave. And if you leave, you're blocked. Don't come back. Former members are often relate to the same stories of abuse and reflect a similar pattern of grievances. Yes, I've seen a lot of people, not this person who we're going to talk about specifically, but have come forward and said, I did it, I believed in this, and I did not get better. That seems to be common. There are records, books, news articles, or television programs that document the abuses of the group or leader. Okay, we're about to read a mainstream news article about it. Followers feel they can never be good enough. Well, if they, add ice to their celery, they're not good enough. The group leader is always right. Yep, that's 100% true. And the group leader is the exclusive means of knowing truth or receiving validation. No other process of discovery is really acceptable or credible. I 100% agree. Now, he will say, including in this article, that you should also get medical advice. Now, I think that's good. However, if you truly also believe that this guy is speaking to God, who would be obviously above every single medical facility, and he sort of insinuates like, go to the doctor to appease your family so they stop worrying about you, but like I secretly and mostly know the truth and you're going to be fine, but like just get the blood draw for your family so they stop worrying about this because they don't understand the truth type of thing. I think that's to save his own ass legally because of what happened. Anyways, I think every single number on here, basically, to me, is applicable to him. Okay, so let's do it. So this is Stephanie, and this is who we're going to Tisone, and we're going to talk about her a lot today. And her family is the one who sort of provided, so it seems, the evidence that this article is based on, which is a lot of text messages and voice memos that were sent between the two of them. So here we go. Okay. Stephanie Tisone began pursuing new answers to her health concerns in 2013. She was 33 and had already molded her life around nutrition for years, traveling from her home in Newton, Pennsylvania to Hawaii and Southeast Asia to meet other raw vegans. Her family has a history of cancer, and after testing positive for 2 gene mutations correlating to an increased risk for breast cancer, she thought reconfiguring her diet could help. Okay, so that seems to be a theme that I see a lot, where these people get wrapped up in cults or these scams, as I call them, or these high control groups where there's a very specific protocol, like, a yoga group sometimes, or these, boss babe containers, whatever it may be. They jump around a lot, or you're already primed, you're open to it, and so you end up going to a bunch of them. That seems to be a common thing. It's not usually just one and you stick with them. It's like you bounce around a little bit until you find the one that sort of really speaks to you. One of Taro's hairs just went on my nose. On the advice of the mother of a family for whom she had nannied, Tisone booked a consultation with Anthony William, known on social media and in his books as the medical medium, a 53-year. Okay, so this is the first time I've seen his actual age, because he will not say like what year he was born or how old he is. And it's been this awkward thing in some of his Facebook lives where people will ask that repeatedly, and he'll say, could it be 1970s? I don't know. And it's just very weird. So I guess this reporter has figured it out somehow through records how old he is. So he's a 53-year-old former health food store owner from Connecticut. William claims that at 4 years old, a spirit visited him and gave him the ability to scan bodies for disease by sight. But he can also do it through the phone. So he doesn't really even need the sight, which is also confusing.
Grandma has lung cancer.
And that was from the movie that he made about himself and his gift, that soundbite. During Tisone's hour-long $400 phone call with William, He said that heavy metals from vaccines caused her migraines and that Epstein-Barr virus was hiding out in her liver. So, like I said, those two things are what he says everything is. So you don't even need to really get on the phone. You can just assume that you have toxic heavy metals and the Epstein-Barr virus, which is causing all of your ailments. He recommended that she start a regimen of wild blueberries, spirulina, cilantro, zinc, and vitamin B12, and later said that high estrogen levels fueled her headaches. Okay, so that's how she started. She had some migraines, and that's what he told her to get on that would solve her problems. William has said that negative energy can be a source of disease and that he can teach you to clear it. That he can give followers emotional support to rewire their brains and souls after post-traumatic stress disorder from long-term illness. That he can speak to the entity he calls the spirit of compassion on their behalf. He has said that this information is Oops, sorry. Heard that? I don't know if you heard that. That was my Slack. Quit. I am off for the day. Okay. So he can talk to the spirit of compassion on their behalf. He has said that his information is decades ahead of science, that he knows if objects are hidden in the walls of old homes. You know who else can do that? Drew Barrymore, apparently. And that he fell into a long coma after running past a chemical spill from an overturned truck. These are two new things I had never heard that he knew how to do. I know he knows how to fix cars by looking at, going like this to the hood. He can tell what's wrong with your car for some reason.
Since then, we've also healed a car.
So he's got very interesting skills. His former associates say that much of his follower base is made up of women dealing with chronic illness and pain. And that's what I've seen on the Facebook groups and the Reddit threads. It's mostly women who have chronic illness. It actually tells you what's wrong and how to fix it, Tisone would later tell a friend. That's why Anthony's approach is so empowering. The diagnostic call buoyed her, and she started learning William's vernacular. Quote, "The true cause of breast cancer is the Epstein-Barr virus," he wrote in his 2017 book, Thyroid Healing. In the coming years, Tisone and William developed a friendship, and he eventually dropped his consultation fees. So no more $400 an hour. I don't know how much she ended up spending in the beginning, but yeah, that's interesting. I guess it was, I'm assuming, enough times to where, they developed a friendship. She began to work for William as an occasional assistant, accompanying him on trips to visit clients, not clinics. She began accompanying him on trips to visit clients and speak at events. She held out hope. She often told friends and family that she could one day work for him full time. Through his counsel, counsel meaning legal counsel, William declined repeated requests to comment on the record for the story. So that's how he knew, because he was asked by the reporter for a comment, that this was coming. And that's why he preemptively, before the article came out, already started his, counter attack against it. William is a frantic presence on his YouTube channel and social media accounts. He has 4 million Instagram followers, minus me. Hold on. But I won't be able to be there. I won't be able to know that heavy toxic metals are causing me all my illnesses and that celery's the cure. But that's okay. I still can see him on YouTube and Facebook. An article about his work published by Gwyneth Paltrow's. Thanks, Gwenny. See, this is my big problem with her. It's you are promoting these idiots who are then scamming other people. So yeah, you might be safe. Gwyneth might have not done anything, but she's still culpable to me. It's by platforming this idiot. Grifter, sorry. An article about his work published by Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop in 2015 became the site's most read story that year. And there's the reason why. They don't give a shit. They're oh, I made money on this, so everyone else can screw off. You want to believe this? Be my guest. And they're going to profit all the way to the bank. Okay. With his hair tied in its regular short ponytail, William showed up in a YouTube video with Novak. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He's the tennis player. Dvorak. That's wrong. I'm going to be hated as a tennis player. Jelena, on a 2019 episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, waving his hands over Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. And he went like this. He's like, Yep, Epstein-Barr virus. Yep, heavy toxic metals on the TV on Keeping Up with the Kardashians, which I'm so sick of them. I'm sorry, I could care less what they do. I don't want to hear another fucking article about, how much weight they're losing. I don't want to see it anymore. Stop it. Thank you, Reina de la Cruz. Thank you so much. Reina de la Cruz chose a lemon character lifting baby lemon in the air to congratulate him. Wow, that's a good one. It's like a Simba moment. I love that. And for that, I say...
Soda!
Oh, also, I have new stuff as well. New stuff. This is what I have to say to you, Reina de la Cruz.
I think James Cameron should win the Nobel Peace Prize.
That's for you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. He was on Keeping Up with Kardashians. He was in the video with a famous tennis player's wife. And he was in a podcast interview with Kate Hudson. He also was in a podcast interview with Noah and Miley Cyrus. I think Miley was there, but definitely Noah Cyrus at one point too. He traveled to Los Angeles to make nighttime house calls for patrons. In 2019, publications including This Magazine traced surging demand for celery juice among the wealthy and health conscious to one of his signature recommendations. So I myself got into the celery juice craze back in 2020 when I was home during the pandemic. I was like, well, why not? I'll try. I had no idea it was associated with this guy. I thought it was just like one of those, I don't know, things that show up, I guess. At the time, I wasn't really looking into anything. I was like just blindly following whatever. So somebody had said, oh, I love celery juice. You should try it. And I was like, okay, I'll try it. It was fine. Yeah, tasted okay. I felt like, oh yeah, this is healthy. It didn't really do anything for me. But I was one of those people who was sort of unknowingly participating in this thing because so many mainstream magazines and things were talking about it. And it started with this guy. Sorry. That's how I feel now.
I want to throw up. Hold on.
To some degree, William has drawn from folk tradition in his work. He has compared himself to Edgar Cayce, who claimed to be clairvoyant and became known as a founding father of New Age. William's ascent has also coincided with the boom the wellness industry has undergone in the last decade as an ever-growing swath of consumers exploring ideas like raw diets and detoxes. It's been a boon to a now common brand of social media entrepreneur. Yeah. And I can't stand it. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it.
I happen to be an empath myself.
I'm so over it. I'm really trying to limit my Instagram time. I really am. And it's working thus far, but it's hard. It's depressing to see just scammer after scammer after scam. It's not even like they're trying to scam necessarily. They're following the other scammers because that's what you do. It's like monkey see, monkey do. And they're just all selling supplements and Heelys and, cold plunges and meditation, breathwork sessions. It's like, I just can't. I feel so bad for all the people who are where I was a couple years ago and just wanting something to soothe yourself. And this is what you're literally served on an algorithm. It sucks. And I hope you get out of it or don't get in it in the first place. Okay. For many followers, William has functioned as an amusement or a supplemental health source. To a certain percentage of true believers, though, the medical medium serves as community and identity. It's like church. Some people use religion or temple, whatever, use religion as like something they do Sundays, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever. And some people, they live every second, every breath for God. There's a variety, of course. And today we're basically talking about a super, believer in the medical medium on that spectrum. As William gained more exposure, experts began to warn against his pseudoscience. Promoting the medical medium is no different than promoting anti-vaccine views or cleanses or coffee enemas. Jennifer Gunter, a San Francisco OBGYN and leading Goop critic, told the online magazine Inverse in 2018. Okay, I reached out to her for a story about birth control because many wellness influencers are anti-birth control just happenstance around the time where Roe v. Wade was overturned. And now all of a sudden, birth control is the most evil, conspiracy theory that's ever come out. And, oh, didn't you know that women can actually control their cycle just if they focus enough and if they watch their bodies? And like, the rhetoric is crazy around it. And I'm not saying that birth control is perfect. Hormonal birth control is, the best thing ever and there's no complications. However, don't take your advice from, Joe Schmo, Jenny Schmenny on Instagram and get off of it and then face results that you are not prepared for. So I need a expert to come talk about it. So I tried. I'm going to try again. Someone send her this video. Tell her, please, because I really respect you. And I think that we would make a good show. Anyways, Jennifer, if you're out there, please. She says, the minimum is that people waste money, but there is great potential for harm with many of the therapies that are recommended and delays in diagnosis. Yeah, that's the big one too, is like, well, yes, of course, try a holistic approach to something, but the longer you try a holistic approach and it doesn't work, you're just delaying receiving medical care or a life-altering diagnosis that would benefit from getting treatment immediately. So maybe if you're putting it off because you're like, let me try holistic first, let me try this wacky medical medium celery juice diet, you may just be prolonging the inevitable where you need to get medical attention. And they never, I don't think anyone agrees like, oh yeah, the longer you wait to go to the doctor, the better. It's like, get the screening early. Okay. William often folds his defense against such critiques into his pitch. I noticed there was this desperate need to take down the medical medium out there, he recently said in an online group chat group. If you talk about yourself in the third person, I started doing that, Kia's World. But, calling yourself the medical medium when you're talking about yourself, red flag. Insta red flag.
This situation is a red flag.
Right?
This person is not okay.
Like McConaughey, speaking of himself as McConaughey, red flag. Medical medium, speaking of himself as medical medium, no. Like other alternative health practitioners, William's site includes standard disclaimer language. Anthony William is not a licensed medical doctor, chiropractor, osteopathic physician, naturopathic doctor, nutritionist, pharmacist, psychologist, psychotherapist, or other formally licensed healthcare professional, practitioner, or provider of any kind. Anthony William Medical Medium does not render medical, psychological, or other professional advice or treatment, nor does it provide or prescribe any medical diagnosis, treatment, medication, or remedy. However, God is speaking directly to him and he'll tell you what's wrong with you just by going like this. And he's on national TV and he's working with celebrities. So keep all of that in mind when you make your decisions. Tisone's belief in William never wavered. She was, according to her friends and family, a 30-something woman with a high emotional quotient, a lifelong student with a tendency to commit herself totally to various diet protocols or gurus. Where other of William's millions of followers might treat his dictates as larks or view them as part of the vast online orbit of self-billed health experts, Tisone found herself transfixed. Stephanie related to Anthony as he said he was, says a friend, just under God. Why, if you really believed in this stuff, why would you not treat him as if he is the highest? If you are capable of believing the medical medium is at any length legitimate, why would you not full-heartedly follow him? I guess. Like, why half-ass it? Like, you're either going to believe it, to the point of like, I'm going to trust him with my life, or you're not really fully engaged, right? I mean, that's how I see things, black and white. Maybe that's wrong. Stephanie, through her association with William, Tisone spent time at the homes of Robert De Niro and Demi Moore, where he would advise them to buy thousands of dollars in supplements. Representatives for both actors declined to comment. Between 2014 and 2017, according to a record of Tisone's text and voice messages obtained from her brother, Tisone and William kept in regular communication that was as steady as it was wide-ranging. They analyzed her health and his career progress. She asked him about the circumstances of actor Brittany Murphy's death and how to handle debt. How the fuck would he know? Tisone, I think he was... I don't know. Someone told me, I don't know if it's true or not. I could never find any information really about him online. in any search, but that someone had said that he was like bankrupt from something before. That is just an allegation. I have no idea. But I mean, that's not someone I would ask necessarily about how to handle my debt. Tisone has frequently texted with William's wife, Rachel Schutzman, and several medical medium associates about various ailments and her understanding of William's advice. I knew he had a wife, but this is the first time officially that it's been confirmed. Before William started his current business, he and Schutzman ran a health food store in the roughly 2,000 person town of Machias, Maine. According to a 2001 report in local newspaper The Lubbock Light, the shop marked the couple's first retail venture since William began his career in natural healing in 1985. William eventually moved to Florida, but of course, where a Naples yoga studio advertised $12 medical intuitive readings with him. He began phone consultations as the medical medium in the early 2010s and saw his profile begin to rise. He performed a reading for more in 2014, and got a major break when the leading new age publisher, guess who? We've talked about her 15,000 times on this channel, Louise Hay. Wow. Everything's your fault, Louise Hay. What do I have to say about that, Rachel?
Am I the only hippie? I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo-woo.
Wherever there's a scammer in the spirituality space, Louise Hay's ghost is just lingering in the air. Okay, so he got in with Hay House, which is Louise Hay's new age publishing house, and they released Medical Medium, Secrets Behind Chronic and Mystery Illness. Okay, here we go. That is this book that I spent money on. It is a hardcover book. It looks like a textbook, I believe on purpose, where, again, there's random recipes to save your life, okay? Obviously, that's lettuce because it's green and invisible. Save your life with a pizza potato wrap. Pizza potato wrap? Yummy. Or he loves potatoes, by the way. Potatoes are the healing. Other than celery, he loves potatoes. Here's one, actually. Let's read another one. You should also, according to this, you should watch bees and collect stones and sunbathe. And pick fruits, what else? And watch your garden grow. I mean, all great advice, but I don't need it from a scammer, thank you. Okay. Before William started his current business, he and Schutzman, okay, wait, I already read that. Okay. Pre-frame medical medium clients remember William spending extra time on the phone with them, consulting and gossiping about raw food gurus. He talks in this sweet voice, says one. I don't think his voice is sweet. Have you ever heard his voice before? We're about to hear it for a long time, but here's his sweet voice. It's weird. He's got like a weird kind of cadence. Very like child star or child TV show host again.
Therapies don't always taste good because it's just about the medicine, right? But this one I happen to like. I do love this brain shot very much. I use it very much. We're also going to talk about microdosing today. Get ready for that. You might want to fasten your seatbelts. Get your seatbelts on. Click them in. Because we're going to be talking about microdosing. Talking about microdosing is definitely going to piss a bunch of people off. But that's okay because, I don't know, I just gotta say the words from message the words from above and we'll see what happens. Hopefully everybody's strapped in and ready for the ride. But today is about finding.
Again, that's like what Marie Forleo said during the Matthew McConaughey self-help Art of Living event. Don't blame me. It's from the divine. It came from above. It's not my ideas. It's coming from an angel. So, you know, if this advice is stupid, blame Jesus. Basically, that's what he's saying. Like, I'm going to offend people, but all I'm doing is repeating the messages that, you know, the ether is telling me. Not my fault. It's very convenient, but they get to keep all of the monetary value. They don't get to send it. I don't think they, send an offering up to the Spirit of Compassion in US dollars. I think they're able to buy crap like this, mannequins and expensive juicers and book publishing, apparatus.
your true purpose stabilizer. Day 20. Oh my God, day 20. Okay. How many of you guys have gone 20 days? And if you haven't, like I said yesterday, it's okay. Go 3 days, 5 days. That's okay. But how many of you have gone 20 days? We are on the 20th day. Incredible. Finding your purpose stabilizer. I am making it today. I got my very...
Finding your purpose stabilizer. So now we're combining medical like detoxes with finding your purpose. This is too far for me. I'm sorry. So silly. God, where's Jay Shetty? The purpose CEO, Chief Purpose Officer, Jay Shetty. Where are you? I need your advice. What do you have to say to us? Where is he? Thank you, Pigeon Brain. Welcome. Jay, where are you? I can't find him. I don't even know where to look. Regular people? Yeah, here it is.
I love selling stuff online.
That's Jay Shetty, the Chief Purpose Officer of the Calm app. And he's had Medical Medium on his podcast, which is a big effing joke and annoying. Anyways, okay, we'll get back to Medical Medium videos in a second. Well, let's get to the sad stuff. He talks in a sweet voice. We've decided that's false. That statement is false, sir. Oops. That statement is false, sir. A published author, that availability shifted. As a published author, that availability shifted. Books give credibility, Janice Donald, a New York literary agent for health and cooking author, says. Something different than selling people's supplements. In 2016, William established an informal franchise system of health practitioners. These affiliates didn't pay William, but were steeped in his thinking and spread the word. By then, William and Tisone's social circles overlapped. She had become close with Phil McCluskey, a public speaker and author known in the raw food world for his 200-pound weight loss. At the beginning of 2015, McCluskey and his wife Casey, an Australian former raw food coach and especially dedicated Medical Medium student, began helping William. The McCluskeys own a supplement company in Florida named Vimergy, so like energy, but Vimergy, that William often recommends. Okay, so I'm pretty sure right there that blueberry powder crap, whatever that is that brand. So, it just happens to be a friend. It's the only one I love. It's the one that God's telling me in my ear. My ghost is telling me to use this brand. It just happens to be a friend of mine who is probably, paying me under the table. I don't know that for sure, but it's interesting that God would choose that for him. He's a very lucky man. Phil and Casey have described themselves as the Medical Medium's Director of Operations and Director of Content and Education, but both say they never have worked for him. Okay. As William prepared his book debut, Tisone asked Phil McCluskey for help getting more work with William. He told Tisone they couldn't because the team had increased its Facebook ad spend to push William's book. McCluskey says he has checked with William's team and he was relaying this news on its behalf. Also, if you believe in the universe providing, that having the faith in the universe that the right people will come to your message, why do you spend time doing campaigns on Facebook ads? Brand manager, why would you bother? That is for mortals. You should put your faith in the universe. They never do, though. They spend millions and millions of dollars to guarantee that their products are shown in front of your face as opposed to just trusting. Someone explain that to me, please. I really want to know. The Medical Medium became a polished brand with textbook-style offerings. Even by volatile standards of the health personality business, William's full-fledged emergence looked sudden. It just seemed to be there one day, Donald says. He has been working on this for a really long time, the early client says, and he has been trying to find fame and fortune. William began holding live events. One of his followers flew to attend the first one at the Sheraton Sand Key Hotel in Clearwater, Florida, in February 2016. She had been blowing through her savings trying to alleviate years of illness and had her first phone call with William the following week. Thousands of people were waiting to talk to him, she remembers, and here I was. She thought she'd never speak with him again, but he texted her a few days later. Weird. I couldn't believe he was reaching out to me on a personal level, she says. This was the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. William eventually named the client as a practitioner on his referral page. Okay, that's unethical and untrue. Like, if it's a client of yours, you can't say like, oh, this doctor said that I'm really good, if that doctor is your client. But okay, that November, with De Niro and his family in the audience, Tisone volunteering at the event, she gave a testimonial to William on stage at Lowe's Hollywood Hotel. I don't know what's up with Robert De Niro and his family. What the hell? What is going on here? You seem to be very talented. Why are you at a medical medium event? I don't get it. William became Hay House's most successful author, to the dismay of Gabby Bernstein and Mel Robbins. He bought 2 new homes. Other self-styled medical intuitives flocked to him. Without William's recognition, the follower turned practitioner says, "You're just anyone else." William prefaced his online referral list with another disclaimer. The names and associated links are provided for informational purposes only and are not intended to state or imply that Anthony William or Anthony William Incorporated recommends, endorses, supports, sponsors, or is in any way affiliated or associated with any person or entity listed below or any linked website or content. A vocal base of medical medium enthusiasts, okay, that's the group that I was just showing you, coalesced on Facebook and Reddit. They dissect William's diet recommendations and share their own experiences. We're all a family at Medical Medium, and it's the safest place. Unless you disagree with at one thing that we say, and then you are ousted from the group immediately. The family that's been through hell and back. It's the forgotten souls, I call them. It's the people who have been swept under the carpet, who've been sick, and they've been through so much, and there's no answers out there. I think that's the sad reality, is that these people do feel like they've run out of options, and they're desperate and willing to do anything to relieve their symptoms. And unfortunately, when you're in that situation, that's when you become a prime target for manipulation and being ripped off and being, manipulated into foregoing life-changing and saving, medical procedures, potentially. But what can you do? I mean, everyone's got the right to do what they want. On camera, he wraps his eccentricities in a smiling benevolence. "I know everything about coconuts," he said. "I know it's a bold statement, but it's the truth." He knows that because he's cocoa nuts. Hold on. It's like I'm at the Art of Living. William's closest acolytes maintained his mystique. "You're not allowed to talk about your own level of connection with him," the practitioner says, "so it's hard to know about someone else's." In a 2015 text, he told Tisone, "No one cares about the truth." I mean, I do agree with that. At least the people he's dealing with, they don't care about the truth. "Do you think that vaccines are the only screw up?" Shortly after publishing his first book, he told her to write a review, dude, and retaliate the evil review someone just put up on Amazon. Maybe throw a comment telling person how wrong and they obviously didn't read it. See, I hate that. All these self-help people always do that. They're always like, if there's a negative comment, it's like, they didn't actually read it. They're just a hater. It's like, why can't there be any negative or critical critique at all? Like, again, here it is. Where is one? No tolerance for questions or critical inquiry. There you go. The group leader is always right. It's annoying. It's just like, I don't know. And people believe it. They're like, oh yeah, there's all these evil people out there just wanting this guy to suffer. For what reason? I don't know, because they're just haters. It's like, ugh. It's the oldest trope in the book. Okay, Tisone was 20 years old when she absorbed her first health book by Suzanne Summers, the sitcom actor and the Thigh Master lady, if you are familiar. It was 2000. The social media-enabled wellness boom was still years off, but long thriving subcultures tied to New Age thought and alternative diets were spreading online. Tisone actively pursued her passions. She studied the raw food authors Douglas Graham and Don Bennett and the naturopath Robert Morse. She spent a season living in a commune with David Wolfe, a superfood enthusiast and conspiracy theorist. Okay, so this woman was deep into this world. By her 30s, Tisone liked to joke about how she'd never been kissed. She had the word love tattooed on her arm and a gentle communion with kids, which friends attribute to her enduring state of wonder. Above all, they describe her as solicitous and devoted, a connector in the raw food community. She met Sarma Melangalis at Pure Food and Wine. That's the woman who was in the documentary Bad Vegan. The aughts-era raw vegan hotspot in Manhattan that Melgalinus opened before serving jail time for grand larceny and tax fraud. Yeah, that was the whole thing where this guy she met on Twitter was like super abusive to her and like ran her restaurant into the ground. But she believed that guy from Twitter was like was communicating with her dog and was going to save her dog. It was weird, but her restaurant was successful at the time. Tisone met William in person for the first time in 2014, the year after her initial phone consultation, eventually landing some work with him as an ad hoc travel assistant. During their trips, she drove him around, ironed his shirts, and went on whole food runs. They once got into a car accident on the way back from Moore's home in Los Angeles. As Tisone grew closer to William, she added further restrictions to her raw diet, cutting out nuts, seeds, and avocado. For dinner, she sometimes ate 2 heads of romaine lettuce with cayenne and lemon. She would tell friends and family that she couldn't say too much about her work with William, but because they regularly texted, she could bring him their concerns. One family for whom Tisone nannied thought that vaccines had harmed their daughter's health and tried introducing bone broth to her diet. Okay. Trigger warning, there's a bad word coming up, but I think it's important because this is the type of language that this man who claims to be godly is using in text messages. So I'm going to say it, but I don't want to say it, and I'm going to say it because I think it's like important to hear it. This is what he said. Medical medium. Quote, "Bone broth fad is by far the most retarded of all time." Do you think that's something that he should be saying and that someone that was actually intelligent or educated in any capacity would say such a thing like that at all? I think it's ridiculous. But okay, that would be a red flag for me as well if someone texts me that at all.
This situation is a red flag.
Douche lord.
Red flag and douche lord. Then he also said, for some stupid, demented reason, people believe it does something for their body like the Druids did when they were sacrificing humans and making soup out of them in the Dark Ages for Satanism. And then she responded, "Thank you for confirming my gut feeling." That's what all of this is. Thank you for confirming what I already believed. I hate to say that, but it's true. Tisone continued pursuing work with William, and she tried to broker a medical medium consultation for Timothy Schmidt, a longtime bassist for the Eagles, whose wife she had met through a raw food friend. Okay, I mentioned this in the last stream. I really do think there is validity, and I could be just a sexist pig, who's also a woman, but still, that it seems like a lot of these people who are famous get involved with these self-help / wellness influencers through their wives. It seems to be the woman, like as this article says, the women are sort of the targets in this world a lot, and then they bring in their husbands into the fold, and maybe they're the famous ones, and I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that the men don't have a choice or something, but it seems like the women, like the wives, seem to be very ever present, or the ones that are first into it, and then almost indoctrinate their partners. I'm just saying, there seems to be something there. I'm going to look into it more. Okay. Some William associates thought of Tisone as too wide-eyed, according to one, but her responsibilities afforded her an air of uncommon proximity. "There's a very few that I trust in my life," William texted her, "and you're the most." Wrong, you're the most. When William and Schutzman moved in April 2017, they gave Tisone a job, preparing the house for their arrival. Despite her excitement, Tisone kept the gig quiet as best she could, telling her brother and parents not to let anyone else know. "This is super duper private, and so it's really important you don't share this with anyone," Schutzman texted her. The month prior, in March 2017, Tisone had texted Schutzman with a health development. Okay, this is where it gets depressing, so FYI. "I'm assuming this isn't anything to be worried about, and prob just detox related," she wrote. "I noticed a pretty large lump in my left breast today." Now, again, remember, this woman has already gotten testing done, showing that she has genetic mutations that could be in her DNA because of her family, like hereditary issues with specifically breast cancer. So the fact that she's finding a lump young in her life, would be a pretty big warning sign. But here we are, texting the medical medium. Okay. Breast lumps. Okay, this is what Schutzman, his wife, responded. Breast lumps can be lymph or node related if you're detoxing during your cycle or under the weather, but you should always have it looked at by your physician. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'll give her credit there that she said, get it looked at. Okay, but again, under the context of your husband is higher than everyone else on earth because of his, lucky lot in life. That is part of the theory. What's like, she's telling me to go to a physician, but also her husband is, God. So why is she saying this? For legal reasons, I believe. But if you really believe this stuff, you'd be like, yeah, whatever. Okay, but just heal me. Okay, thanks. Have it looked at by your physician. Thermography scans are okay to get to if needed. And then she says, you can give it a week or two and see if it decreases in size or swelling too. And then she responded, yes, feels like detox. I will do that and observe it over the next week or two, Tisone replied. I've done thermography in past, so I'm familiar with that, so I'll just keep an eye on it. A thermography scan is a painless test that measures skin temperature and doesn't require radiation. The FDA and American Cancer Society have published warnings about using one as a diagnostic tool for breast cancer. A few days later, Tisone followed up with Schutzman. A New Jersey-based woman named Munzia Ahmed has established herself as a leading voice in the medical medium community. She describes herself as the first practitioner in the world to be endorsed by William. Oh, what an achievement. A known scammer has endorsed me. A man who hears voices in his head has told me that I am his favorite. Let's look her up. I looked her up earlier. It seems like she is still on board.
Super freaking privilege.
I am super freaking privileged. Thank you. Glenn Doyle, welcome back. Thank you so much. Glenn Doyle says, this whole thing, this guy's been on Seek Safely's radar for years. Yeah, I'm glad he's on your radar. And I think with James Arthur Ray, he didn't really have people living with him either. He had the more businessy retreats that would bring people together. And I think that's sort of where medical medium is headed. He does a lot of things virtually, but there's really no reason that he wouldn't be able to charge high prices for retreats in the future. So we'll have to monitor and, see how it develops. But yeah, it's sad. This guy is dangerous, obviously, as we're going to continue to read. And for that, I say, Glenn Doyle.
I had this awakening in my kitchen.
And Divine Source Energy told me, have a ham sandwich. And so I did.
Are you friggin' bonker pants?
No.
I don't do murder. That is not a thing I do.
In case anyone wanted to know. Thanks, Glenn Doyle. Appreciate it. Okay, this is this person who is the first ever practitioner to be healed by medical medium, according to her. And of course, you can join her membership and you can work with her and get one-on-one laser coaching. This is a laser. You go like this. Don't wave it at planes or you'll be arrested by the federal government. Pay me $1,000. That's what I imagine one-on-one laser coaching is. She has online courses, of course. And her online courses are similar to medical medium's teachings. Thyroid relief, overcome toxic heavy metal exposure, natural supplement solutions, brain health fundamentals, healing mindset, how to handle symptom flare-ups, unlock your energy, and banish fatigue. And these are, of course, it says investment, not price, not cost. It doesn't cost this, it's investment. $67, $67, $67, $67. Women's Health Masterclass, $67. I mean, it's not outrageous prices, but $60. Make sure to have that 7 at the end because it's lucky. Lucky, baby. Recovering from addiction. DIY intuitive cleanse. Travel Made Easy Masterclass, only $47. What a discount. Weight issues. Wow. And this one says, I'm excited to teach and guide you towards healthy, sustainable weight loss following the medical medium trademark. Cool. This is a whole business model to be associated with a scammer, and then you create your own scam. And I call it a scam because this is all based on like their own brain. So it's like, I'm going to teach you how to lose weight based on my own random thoughts and the random thoughts from this other random guy who had random thoughts one time. Stop the madness.
It's okay to cry.
All right, here we go. Back to the article. Okay, so she describes herself as the first practitioner in the world to be endorsed by William. Tisone has sought her input, and Ahmed told her that she thought it was an Epstein-Barr virus. Wow, who could have thought that? Who could have predicted that? Me. Anyone who's like been aware of this guy. That's what he's going to say. Activity packing in toxins into the cyst. Okay, so instead of a thing that, could be and turned out to be breast cancer, they're telling her at this point, and the woman who is the first to be approved by medical medium is saying, it's just Epstein-Barr virus that's activity packing in toxins into the cyst. Okay, don't think that's a real thing. I did the best I could to keep up with the texts Steph sent, and while I cared for her and had always wanted to support her as a friend, Ahmed said, I would at times feel very overwhelmed by the sheer volume of texts and the large variety of topics she asked me about. Ahmed also says that she told Tisone to see a doctor to address her lump, but that she understood her. Thanks, Rachel. But that she understood her to have EBV from mono as a kid. Again, they're telling her to go to a doctor, but also I am smarter than any doctor, and I think it's nothing. So that is part of it. It's like they're told, or they think legally, I'm just going to say go see a doctor, but I'll just say my 2 cents that I as a etherly smart person and clued in and intuitive and all this shit, empathic and all blah 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 blah. I don't think it's anything. If you're that type of person, as we know she was, why would you go see a doctor? Thank you to Rebecca Meyer. Rebecca, have you changed your name? Rebecca Meyer. Thank you. Welcome. What did I miss? Oh my God, there's a bug in here. And I feel like everyone thinks if you can see the bug flying on my face that I live in like a pigsty. I just keep the door open every day so Taro can have freedom and it's out of the house. So I apologize to myself for having flies in the house and in my eyeball. Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca says, what did I miss? Just wrote page 12 of my 12-page paper. Cited everything. Got it all done in 1 week, despite having to file a Title I report at my school. Wish me luck next week finals. Woo! That's awesome. You are.
I've been an alpha female.
You've been an alpha female this week, Rebecca. Also,
we're best friends.
You are best friends with that paper, that 12-page paper. Am I right or am I right? And for that I say,
do you see things the way I do or do you see them wrongly?
I hope that was your final. In conclusion, do you see things my way or do you see them wrongly? I look forward to your discussions on my thesis. Goodbye. Thanks, Rebecca. I appreciate it as always. And welcome. I'm glad you have finished. And also,
you have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca says, Meyer is my legal name and I hate it. I'm sorry. You should change it to Mayer.
Super freaking privilege.
So you think it's John Mayer.
This is just stupid.
And people will think you're married to John Mayer. That'd be cool. John Mayer is my favorite musician, by the way, in case anyone cared or wanted to know.
You're not freaking fine.
You're not freaking fine, okay? And also, finally,
people want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
And that's why you're here, to see my face delivering this news. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, back to it. We're almost done. Updating you on Munzia's opinion about my breast lump, Tisone texted medical medium's wife, telling her she'd been advised to up her intake of chaga mushroom tea and that Ahmed was sending breast health massage oil from the beauty brand Living Libations. Ahmed offered Tisone a 10% discount on the $30 product. Oh, wow. What a nice, heart-centered person, as they say. 10% off? On this life-changing, saving medical advice that you're giving me? Oh, wow. Thank you so much. You couldn't have given 20%? 10% is the best you can do, but okay. Schutzman didn't text back about Ahmed's assessment, but about 2 weeks later, she told Tisone, I wanted to give you a heads up that Ant and I won't be able to answer any health-related questions for the next month or so. All our energy will need to be on this move. While Tisone was readying the house, she told a friend in a voice message, Anthony told me that my body is transforming since I've been here. Like, my health and everything has gotten a lot better. When the couple got there in April, Tisone spent time with them before heading back to Pennsylvania. Members of William's inner circle at the time understood his attention as a commodity, and Tisone's messages have a differential tone. While Schutzman and William worked closely together in August, Tisone conveyed her awareness of a lump in her breast directly to William. Quote, I have a quite large lump in my left breast since March. Feels like I need to tell you, she wrote, adding, no worries if you can't respond to this. Oh, God. So heartbreaking. This sucks. And again, like, think of it like all the things she's already doing. She's already having romaine lettuce with cayenne and lemon. She's already doing these like strict protocols. She's talking to the God himself, the man who is the intuitive medical medium. She has his ear. So she has one ear and the spirit of compassion has his other. And yet she's still getting worse. It's like, that's why I always think, like, if you're the guru and all your qualifications are that you are, you know, chosen, or you are intuitive, or God chose you, whatever, and your life is a mess, or, you know, your life is not even living up to the standards that you're claiming that you can help other people do, it's like, what, why would we ever believe you? But people want hope. I get that. It's just a sad reality that it is what it is. And on that I say,
this is gold, straight up.
It's not gold, straight up, Craig. That was inappropriate. Continue. Williams' brushes with fame were becoming more common. He described Mark Burnett, the producer of Survivor and The Apprentice, as one of his good friends to one early client, and told her that he only texted her more and other celebrities. In October 2017, along with Deepak Chopra and Marianne Williamson, we've heard of them before, right?
One of the things that fascinates me about you is that you're from Canada.
That's Marianne Williamson. She thinks that James Cameron should win the Nobel Peace Prize for Avatar. Here's another one about Avatar.
If Western civilization survives, it will be because enough people see Avatar.
Okay, so Deepak, who's another scammer, Marianne Williamson, and medical medium appeared in Heal, a documentary about mind-body medicine directed by Kelly Noonan, who is married to private equity billionaire Alec Gores. Isn't it always the billionaires who want to talk about naturally healing your body with organic products and, you know, getting off the grid? What do you have to say about that, Elizabeth Koch?
I couldn't tell the difference between salsa and Cocoa Pebbles.
Wow. Enlightening. Thank you so much. The following year, the couple and Town & Country editor-in-chief Stelaine Volandis co-hosted a book party in Los Angeles for the actor Roma Downey, who is married to Burnett. A guest recalls William sticking close by Sylvester Stallone's side as the night wore on. The testimonials on William's site snowballed to include Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Diane von Furstenberg, Naomi Campbell, Alexis Bledel, James Vanderbeek, Calvin Harris, Rashida Jones, Kelly Rutherford, Lisa Rinna, Carla Gugino, Pharrell Williams, Hilary Swank, and Adam Sandler. Okay, all those people need to look in the mirror and think, do I hold responsibility in promoting pseudoscience bullshit to the masses, using my large and influential platform to do evil onto vulnerable people? Now, I'm not saying they did it on purpose. I'm just saying, what do they call, my God, what's the Spider-Man thing? With great something comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Just think about it, Hilary Swank. Okay, his cosigns could range from Spirited, Swank's, and Sandler's representatives vouch for theirs. I find that very odd that both of those people who I respect deeply in the entertainment industry for their, you know, talent would be bamboozled by something as foolish as this, but okay, here we are. To something more like a framed headshot at the dry cleaners. Vanderbeek's rep says he wrote his 8 years ago. To aspirational, William listed Sophia Bush in the acknowledgments of 4 of his books. A rep says the actor was never a client, but they once met when she accompanied a friend to the friend's consultation. William soon hit the peak of his own celebrity. So your name came up from my cousin sending me screenshots of your Instagram, and then other people just sending me your name, Kim Kardashian told him on the 2019 episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. He proceeded to tell the reality star that copper in her liver was causing outbreaks of her chronic psoriasis. Okay. Stephen Novella, a neurologist and the founding editor of the site Science-Based Medicine, sees William as part of a lineage of health-oriented operators, including Casey and Franz Mesmer, the late 18th century physician who practiced hypnotism and befriended Mozart and Marie Antoinette. People who are either wealthy or celebrities aren't necessarily scientists or even very smart, and so they become targets, Novella says. These kinds of people will prey upon them because they know that their endorsement is worth a lot. Okay, I'm speaking to all the journalists out there who have a chance to talk to these celebrities. Please ask them these questions when you get a chance to speak to them and put them on the spot and say, do you truly believe that a man who claims to hear voices in his head and telling you to drink celery juice is a legitimate source that you should be promoting? Like, if you want to do it privately, go all about it, but you have a platform of probably 1 million plus people. Do you really think that that's healthy and good for everyone to be promoting this crap? Put them on the spot and see what they say, because I'm curious. No one ever asked them these questions. They just asked them like, so what do you think about you playing the role in the movie? It's like, come on, do me a solid, please. William's non-famous clientele also span a spectrum of belief. While there are die-hard converts such as Tisone, there are those who approach his practice with something of a wink. There are happy customers and vocal proponents as well as those who've gone all into the medical medium but walked away unsatisfied. Dee Scalafani, a piano teacher in Richmond, Virginia, discovered William in 2013, the same year as Tisone, when she suddenly couldn't make it through one of her regular runs. She soon found William online. Scalafani initially viewed William in Messianic terms. Messianic terms? I don't know. Messianic? I think it's like as a Messiah. And proposed to him that she make a documentary about his life. She referred friends to him, and one decided that she would book a session as long as Scalafani would join her on the call to calm her nerves. But Scalafani drifted as the cumulative consultation fees ballooned, and he became scarce. I tried these supplements and spent a ton of fucking money. You're coming from a desperation energy, she says, and that's not a good energy to come from. Yeah. Okay, here's a text. This is sad. Bro, I'm not doing good at all, Tisone texted William in July 2017. Back in excruciating pain. It's been weeks, but way worse now. Sorry to bug you. Ugh, I hate the sorry to bug you stuff. It's really sad. She's like, no worries if you can't respond. Sorry to bug you. It's like, this guy is, claiming to heal people and that this is his lifelong journey and you guys are friends. It just sucks that you feel like, I have to preemptively say I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm dying, literally. Can you please heal me? It's like, ugh, it makes me sad. Hours later, she wrote, thank you for your support. And yeah, think the stress you mentioned is financial stress, paying for that to come to completion. Praying for that to come to completion. I love you, and I appreciate all you do for me. Tisone sent photos of bumps on her skin a few days later and asked if she had shingles. William said she had baby shingles, which is what the back prob was originally, and advised her to take vitamin C and lysine. Isn't that giving medical advice? I'm missing the part where he's not breaking the law here. Tisone sought out a number of other alternative health practitioners to address various subsets of her symptoms. She spoke remotely to Tashana Ballou, a chiropractor and a self-described specialist in quantum neurology. Please explain what quantum neurology is to me, somebody.
What excites me most is see a person die.
That is not real. Okay? That is not a real thing.
This girl a mess, y'all.
Quantum neurology and neuro-emotional technique. Tinko Ting, the author of Natural Chi Movement, accessing the world of the miraculous, and several medical medium devotees. Tisone conveyed many of the assessments she received to William. In August, Tisone couldn't get up. She had been sleeping on a mattress on the floor at her parents' house, and her back pain had become unmanageable. She kept the lump from her family, later texting William that she was not upfront with her father because his sister had breast cancer. Tisone discussed the growth and all other manner of health issues with others, but at this moment of crisis, she went directly to William. They exchanged 156 voice messages between August 30th and September 3rd. That's quite a lot, back and forth. They discussed several options Tisone had and then received They discussed several opinions Tisone had by then received and whether she would get an MRI. She did not at that time. As her concern grew, Tisone often backchanneled to try to understand the thicket of health ideas contained in William's messages and phone calls. "Sweetheart, in your audio, you said Aunt didn't know why you have nausea," Casey McCluskey texted her. "But he does know. Maybe you didn't hear him correctly, love. Do you want me to text you the reason?" Okay, that sounds like love bombing to me a little bit. Manipulation. "Honey," and love, you do know. He told you. You're just not understanding correctly. Okay, that's also called gaslighting. McCluskey says that all of Tisone's friends knew that her nausea was from migraines. "Did you ever have a lump in your breast?" Tisone texted McCluskey in July. "I think I told you I have one, right? Since March." "Yeah, you told me," McCluskey responded. "It will go. Just takes time, especially while you're having a viral flare." Okay, reality check. It did not go away. It actually grew. It's really sad. "Stephanie had told me during that time that she had been seeing a doctor multiple times," McCluskey says. "She also told me she had a viral issue. By this point, Schutzman had already told Tisone breast lumps can be lymph or node related, but that she should have it looked at, and Ahmed had spoke about it with her. A couple weeks later, Tisone reminded William of the lump. She became unable to work. Her father, a manager for government construction projects, covered most of her health costs, and a friend sent her money throughout 2017 to buy supplements. That August, she stunned her health community friends by missing the annual food. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I cannot read. That August, she stunned her health community friends by missing the annual Woodstock Fruit Festival, and one of them came to visit her. Okay, you know what I have to say about this? What I just did?
I have dyslexia so bad.
I don't, but
I still have dyslexia.
Okay, sorry. She shared with the friend that she had a breast lump, but assured her that she was talking to William. Again, "Sorry to bug you again, but these things I am legitimately worried about," Tisone texted William toward the beginning of October. She was vomiting and her throat was starting to feel swollen. "Think we will find a doctor to come to the house," he wrote. "Let's look tomorrow. If you get so bad and can't breathe, you can always call emergency," he said a few minutes later, "but I think it's just acids burning throat. I don't have a good feeling about having a doctor come here to draw blood." Okay, one of the things that he's talked about is that doctors love to steal your blood and that they're like vampirious in some way, that they're out to like, not steal it, but like take more than they need for nefarious reasons. So he has said that at least once. I don't know if he wrote a book about it, but he did a whole podcast about, blood drawing being like this evil conspiracy theory type thing. So it makes sense as to why she's saying this to him specifically. She didn't have health insurance and didn't want to get trapped and fall down the rabbit hole. He says, "I understand how it is it." Okay. Tisone had spent nearly 2 decades in the alternative health ecosystem, and by her own account, it's difficult to get a full picture of the advice she followed. "Just want to make sure you know I don't have a doc that's overseeing all this," she later texted William. "Just a mishmash of random people." Her reliance on this community was broader than William, but time and time again, she returned to him. "Haven't heard from Anthony," Tisone texted a friend and former William assistant, "but Tienko says there's a virus in my intestines." Man, these people will tell you anything but like the truth because they don't know. "It must be Epstein-Barr. It's probably a virus in your intestines." Like, it's breast cancer, okay? She asked William if a chiropractor correctly identified her slip disc, and he said she did. She told him that Baloo had used her neuro-emotional technique over FaceTime. "Yay," he responded, adding, "that can help a sensitive, nervy girl like you." Okay. Tisone followed up a few days later about whether she should get blood work, and William said she should because her sodium level could have dropped from vomiting. She said she was vomiting less and asked if she still needed to. William responded in a series of voice messages. "You're dealing with the shingles virus, tried and true, like 100%, he said in one. "I mean, that's the virus that flared up your disc, everything else." Okay, again, how is this not diagnosing and calling yourself a medical medium? To be fair, but Again, how is this still not practicing without a license? If a doctor could come and draw blood, he said, it might make her family feel better. I think your family really needs you to see you at least get a little support, he said, adding, they could lose perspective over time, even though it's a slip disc keeping you from getting up. Later that week, Tisone's nipple began to bleed. She sent William a photo of stains on her shirt and asked if she had a hiatal hernia. Quote, you didn't have one months ago when I looked. When he looked intuitively into her body. Okay, is what he's saying here. He's like, no, you don't have a hernia. I looked virtually from my house. He responded, but now that you vomit this much, it's possible. Okay, and here she is. Not looking very well, but, seeking out his advice. When she asked what he thought of her bleeding, from my left nipple on same breast as cyst, he responded, I'm not liking that at all, but don't want you worried right now. Just get your back better. As your back gets better, then the vomiting should stop. It should come together, he told her. The bleeding probably didn't have to do with the cyst. Oh yeah, totally unrelated, I'm sure. I don't know. God, this is so sad. Again, I've said this 100 times, but reading this, post what actually happened to her is heartbreaking. It's awful. Okay, it had been about 7 months since Tisone texted Schutzman. This is a hard name article, I will say. Tisone texted about a lump in her breast. William and Tisone had exchanged hundreds of texts and voice messages about her health. According to the phone records reviewed for the story, William never told her not to see a doctor. On at least several occasions, he suggested she seek other medical help, and I will give credit that is good. However, given how deeply she believed, and I'm assuming he knew exactly how deeply she believed, and if you're that type of person that believes that you are chosen by God to help and heal people like he claims in these books, why would you go see another person who doesn't know anything in their world? He's the leader, the Messiah. Help me, Okay, again, I've said that a million times. Over the same period, he told her he could do a bacterial scan on her, and she asked him to ask the spirit of compassion if there was anything pressing on the nerves that we can't see with an MRI. Tisone wasn't getting any better. She had blood drawn the week after her nipple began bleeding and told William that her breast was throbbing where the cyst was. When did the breast get this bad, he asked. After Tisone sent the results of her blood test, William wrote to her, can't fuck around with that, and said to get a thermography scan and ultrasound. Schutzman arranged to have a new mattress, bed frame, bedding, and pillows sent to her. Tisone sought more clarity the following week. She told William in a voice message she didn't want to go to the hospital unless you honestly agree that this is necessary and that you made it clear what I need to do for my breasts. Steph, it is important to have the breasts looked at and cared for sure, okay? Good, William responded in a text. It's always wonderful, too, that your family knows you're reaching out for care. They must be very, very worried about you, so don't be afraid of getting attention from a doc on the breast. Okay, that's good. I have no negative comments about that, other than the fact that he's a scammer and, set up this whole conspiracy theory that he is the one that's, got the real information. But okay. About a week and a half later, in mid-November, Tisone texted him the results of her thermography scan, which showed an array of elevated temperatures. She sent him more blood work, and they started discussing mammograms and biopsies. She asked him to join her on a call with a doctor she was now speaking with, and he said he couldn't. When we talk next about my breasts, can it be on the phone, and can we ask Spirit to help us see what's happening? Tisone asked. Thank you. I love you. He didn't respond. She wrote again the next day after the family doctor called with her x-ray and blood results. What is a compression fracture? I'm kind of freaking out. I need a plan. My goal and vision is that Spirit and yourself will RD and scan me and will put on a perfect protocol and my breast will heal itself with nothing invasive. The next day, Schutzman texted her, it's been super hectic the past few weeks, but I will make sure Aunt gets back to you ASAP. William never texted her again. I think he was like, okay, legally, I may be in hot water here. This woman is very sick, and I'm going to get fucked here if I actually continue down this road, so I'm just going to ignore her. And she probably felt completely devastated and abandoned, which at the end of her life, I'm sure was not a great feeling for her to have. This guy is such a dick. So bad. Okay, but Casey McCluskey relayed a thought in December. I think all the vomiting and all the immobility has just given you a ton of pain. That's what Anthony said it would be a few days ago. McCluskey said that she didn't speak to William about Tisone specifically, and it was a general conversation. Ahmed and McCluskey say they believe Tisone's family didn't want William involved, and McCluskey says she understood that the family took Tisone's phone away. Tisone texted with Schutzman a few times the following year. Tisone and McCluskey corresponded throughout the course of that year. Tisone's brother says her family never took her phone away or sought to limit her contact with William. In December, Tisone's family, now aware...
Freaking privilege.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Angela Arnold. Like, scares me. I'm like, someone's in the house. Someone just said something. It's coming through. Angela, thank you. Angela says, I got breast cancer at age 36, found from routine mammo. Do your self-exams, y'all. P.S. Thank you for this hard stream, Kia. Thank you for being here. This is a little, sad, especially towards the end. As we get down to, what actually happened. It's very, very, very sad. And to everyone who's following the medical medium, unfollow him.
Unfollow me.
And by me, I mean medical medium, okay? This guy is a life ruiner, obviously, and is a coward, because if you truly believed in the bullshit that you're spewing and you abandoned this woman who is begging for your help, fuck you. Like, I cannot think of something worse for this man to do. Thank you, Angela. And on that, I say...
Oh, okay. Colt.
We're going to hear from him soon about his defense for all this. I'm sure it's all lies, all lies. The record just is put here by Satan or something of all the text messages. Anyways, okay. All right. In December, Tisone's family, now aware of the bump, took her for a biopsy. Before the results came back, she had a seizure that sent her to the hospital. Doctors induced a coma for 3 days, and she learned that she would never walk much again. She had stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, which had eroded her spine. Can you imagine? She felt the lump early. I don't know how bad it got before she actually sought treatment, but again, what we said in the beginning, the delay of getting diagnosed, the delay of getting treatment because you're holding on to the hope that this man is somehow going to save you by calling you on FaceTime. Look how bad it got. Like, that's not a way to live when there's modern medicine that could help. Okay, then it says, they're assuming it's tumors, which is not smart, as the radiation can cause problems, McCluskey texted her. McCluskey says she was echoing another Tisone's friend's fear. Most of the friends who took care of Tisone after her cancer diagnosis had some tie to the medical medium world. In August 2018, one of them made a trip to the beach with her. She was always hopeful, that friend said. William's disappearance hurt and confused Tisone, but she kept faith that he had the answers. Her doctor told friends and family that they needed to be honest. He had been forthright about how much time she had left, and Tisone responded by asking if someone could contact William to check. I'm always behind you, she once texted him. It's my purpose. In November 2018, Tisone died of breast cancer. She was 38 years old. So again, the medical medium seems like a joke. Like, oh, it's a joke. It's on Goop. Who cares? This woman, to her, the end of her life, believed in this idiot. It makes you really mad because it's like, this didn't have to happen. And yes, it's her choice to choose whatever she wants to do, but it's not like, I don't know. It's not like she chose knowing that he's a fraud. She chose believing that he was truthful and then paid the ultimate sacrifice for that. It's just sad. Okay, in her final weeks, the pain of William's absence lingered. I don't want to die. Can you please talk to Anthony for me? She texted McCluskey 5 days before her death. Maybe he will have a solution or something. McCluskey responded that she was sorry. She says she wasn't sure if the text was from Tisone. News of Tisone's death began to circulate. William offered another medical personality an unsolicited clarification that he wasn't responsible. Oh, of course not. Of course he's not responsible now. He had nothing to do with it. A bit over a year after Tisone died, a friend wrote about her on Instagram. Sarah, a pseudonym, still mostly stuck to William's methods. She previously did work for Medical Medium and was close enough to William that in 2018, they discussed her business proposal for a health retreat that never materialized. Her father had died shortly after Tisone, and in her posts, Sarah reflected on their contrasting circumstances. Her father had undergone traditional cancer treatment, while Tisone did all the healing protocols you can think of and was guided personally by William. Ahmed and Kimberly Spare, another health coach touting William's name, responded to Sarah's post by sending letters to their respective followings. Their notes covered similar ground and used much of the same language. Spare said that Tisone was not under William's care or a client of his and advised her followers to look past Sarah's posts. Vulnerability is real during healing, and the last thing we need is a story to be twisted and throw us into fear, doubt, and adrenal spiral, she wrote. Yeah. Best not to get worried. Just keep the course and just keep the blinders on and do not question anything. Good idea. After seeing the letters, Sarah aired her distress in a blog post. The only people who knew Steph that are still connected with Anthony are the ones who are making money, she wrote. Both Ahmed and Spare say they've never received money from William. Still, she remained conflicted. It was Steph's decision not to see a doctor. She's responsible for that, she wrote, but maintained that William built a relationship with her based on this mutual belief that he had perfect information about her health. Exactly what I've been saying. She told the story of Tisone's illness and death at greater length and elaborated on Tisone's closeness with William, even if she had stopped paying for sessions. Yes, it's a fact that Steph wasn't a client of Anthony, she wrote, but now do you see how she was so much more than that? Welcome, Emily. The back and forth among William affiliates set off debates across a network of Facebook groups formed around interpreting his work. The month after Ahmed and Spare's letters, he did a live stream on the platform. I've always known about the paid trolls out there. So everyone that's, critical of him as a paid troll, according to him, and according to actually every scammer out there, that's their big claim to fame. Like everyone that says, this is garbage, this didn't work for me, paid troll, hater. Get a new shtick, everybody. He claimed that 2 women reached out to him and told him that a corporation or this entity or group or some kind of association or something contacted multiple people and offered not a little bit of money, like a large amount of money, to make up slanderous stories, tall tales, crazy claims to weaken medical medium credibility. So those text messages aren't real? ? I'm pretty sure you'll be able to verify that with the phone records and the company. But okay, that's just what, like aliens or something that they did that? It's all a conspiracy? Okay. Text messages showing up. Okay, I swear we're almost done, for real. A few months later, after Sarah's blog post in June 2020, Ken Turkel, a lawyer retained by William who has represented Hulk Hogan and Sarah Palin in their battles against Gawker Media and the New York Times, sent cease and desist letters, another scammer favorite, cease and desist letters to her and others who posted about Tisone's death. As you supposedly know, Turkel wrote, Mr. William considered Stephanie to be a friend, and for you to imply that he played some role in her death devastated him. Yeah, I'm sure it did, because he was like, oh no, I might actually have to face up to what I've done. Sarah had already removed the post after the blowback. Turkel said that the record of text and voice messages would show that William had told Tisone to seek traditional care from a doctor, but did not include them out of privacy concerns. The matter began to die down. Okay. Over the last few years, as both William's celebrity glow and the online discussion of Tisone's dissipated, he has settled into a life of professional proximity to fame. He struck up a public friendship with Tony Robbins. Wow, who would have thunk it? That's what I think of Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins can smell money a mile away. So he's like, oh, this guy got out of paying any sort of price for this scandal. Okay, he must be making a ton of money. Miranda Kerr told New York Magazine that his book, Cleanse to Heal, transformed the way I think about food. Cool. I showed one of her videos with him last time. The last stream. In August 2020, he wore dark sunglasses as he appeared on an episode of the short-lived podcast In My Fields, co-hosted by Noah Cyrus. The show had previously featured interviews with the life coach Jay Shetty and business influencer Gary Vaynerchuk. Okay, so yeah, no wonder it was short-lived because they suck. Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little upset now. William advised Cyrus to take up spirulina, cilantro, and wild blueberries. Oh, guess what? That was what he told Stephanie to take in the beginning of this whole thing. I guess he's still peddling the same crap. Cool. Glad he's learned nothing. He talked about aliens on his podcast. Of course, he was abducted and selected because he's also special, not just with God, but also with aliens. I listened to that episode. Okay. And posted a juice shot recipe for chemtrail exposure. You can come and go as you please, William recently said in an online chat group, which you can't do in a cult. Oh, okay, so he's allowing he's actually the authoritarian who's allowing you to leave and telling you it's not a cult. I'm convinced. Friends who knew both Tisone and William continue to reckon with the role he played in her life, as well as the extent to which they went along with it. One recalls a maxim that William texted Tisone, quote, "It's loving others and having compassion for others that's more important. So don't go too crazy loving yourself." He never said this shit to me, the friend says. One practitioner I spoke to told me she abandoned her association with the medical medium after coming to terms with Tisone's death.
Super freaking privilege.
Oh, thank you, Kate. Let me just finish and I will read your message, I promise. She still keeps tabs on William on social media. There's a new group after us, she says, a new inner circle. Nonetheless, she says, I still feel best when I do what he recommends. What a complicated story. Another sad story. Sorry for the downer, but I thought it was very important to read it in full because it provides a lot of details and it's tragic. It's a completely tragic, unnecessary story and shows and profiles what I think are probably many, many, many more victims like this who didn't have a public a person tell their story publicly. And I'm not saying just with him, but in this industry at large, there's people that are dying because they're believing the internet and what these gurus have to say. And I believe, I don't have any proof of that necessarily, but that's what I think if this is statistically, makes sense. And it's sad. It's very sad. And I hope that people get the help that they need and should receive because this is depressing. Okay, so we're going to now go to medical medium's rebuttal for this, and I think it's going to be interesting to hear. But first, Kate, thank you so much. Kate says, it's like a guru bingo card, slippery slope. Yes, I 100% agree with that. And for that I say...
And I will tell her girlfriend you were so on.
That's Marianne Williamson. Also...
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath.
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath. That is also the cure to everything, according to self-help. Self-care gurus. Make sure you have bubble baths, okay? Don't go to a doctor, but definitely make sure you bubble bath yourself. Make sure you have enough bubble bath.
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath.
Anyways. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's hear from the man himself, the plot to take down medical medium. Brah, 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 brah. Okay, here we go. There is a plot. I need scary music. Damn, I only have sad music. I guess I do sad music. That counts, right? Okay, ready? There's a plot to discredit medical medium. We understand that the contents of this announcement may be challenging for some of our listeners to hear. It has come to our attention that a group of individuals who are rivals and competitors of the medical medium and the medical medium community have been engaged in a covert operation for over a year with the intent of dismantling these entities. We understand that this news may be unsettling for many of our listeners, and we want to assure you that we are taking this matter very seriously. We will be featuring a guest who has uncovered details regarding this plot, and we believe that it is important to share this information with our listeners. We hope that by shedding light on this situation, we can work together as a community to protect the integrity of the medical medium and its mission of promoting health and wellness, and my personal career and fame, and my appearances on the Kardashian shows. Wow, I feel so bad for him.
Cult.
I feel so bad for him. Thanks, Emily. Okay. Emily asks, Kia, thoughts on Boss Lee's medical influence? I haven't been following her closely. DC has been. So if you want in-depth information about Boss Lee's role in this and her cancer journey and what she's posting online, she's the gal to go to. But I think from what I've seen, it's confusing because the last time I checked, it sounded like she was going to go seek traditional treatment. Boss Lee, she said she was going to MD Anderson Medical Center in Texas, which I think is a very good cancer hospital. But I don't know what happened since then. And I also know she's been promoting like stem cell therapy that she's doing, and she's going to drink celery juice, and she's going to take alfalfa sprouts and all this stuff. So yeah, I don't think that's good to promote. But I also hope at least seems like she is also doing the mainstream care, but I could be off base by now. Last time I looked was like a month ago. And I was watching the stream from DC, but I didn't get to the part where she was showing off her celery juicer, but I didn't hear much about it. But yeah, I think when you're in a desperate situation like Boss Lee is in, which, again, she's been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, that's when you become in that desperate state where you're like anything. And of course she has an online, platform. So she's taking people for a ride along with her, and I hope it works out for her. That's all I can say, really. And for that I say, on that lovely note, I say
nothing.
Nothing. The medical medium is...
This is just stupid.
Just fucking stupid. Okay, we're going to hear from him now. And we're going to hear his sad story, I'm sure, about how everyone's against him and everyone's just so mean to him and just leave him alone. All he's trying to do is make millions of dollars off the back of, desperate people who are sick and need help and are being ignored by the medical system. And, they deserve to give all their money to him, okay? He's really truly a victim here. Okay, so this says, episode 1, plot to take down medical medium. Okay, we already talked about this, but basically it's like, what you're about to hear may not be easy. For many of you, this isn't the normal medical medium podcast, which is usually him recounting his alien stories and such. The Medical Medium podcast does not normally have guests, but we have learned that a group of rivals and competitors who? The hospital psychic, the hospital psychic is trying to take over your position. Like who else would be doing this? That's so stupid. Competitors. Like competitors of what? Like, aren't you God's gift to the earth? Like, wouldn't there should be no competition? Like, you will give this information out to anyone because it'll save their life? Or are you a businessman? Which one is it, Anthony? I'm so confused. So I'm getting mixed messages here. Okay, and working on a plan for over a year to take down Medical Medium and the medical medium community, and they have been caught red-handed. In this episode, you will hear our guest talk about this plot that she uncovered. Okay, some random person, I'm guessing, read the internet, went onto a group chat or something where people were saying, I've been scammed by this dude. Now, we can keep an open mind, I suppose, but I'm sure this is baloney garbage. And DC, it's about to pop up. DC, thank you. DC says JLW, so Boss Lee, is waiting 2 months to test again to see if her alternative tests are working. And she fired her MD Anderson team
Super freaking privilege.
After calling the doctors chemo pimps. Alrighty then. So that does not sound promising. God. Thanks, DC. I appreciate you commenting on that. Yeah, that's terrifying and sad. And I don't think that's good, but again, it's her life. And I thought, didn't she? I heard somewhere, I could be wrong, but I know she's being coached by Ed Millett. Okay, so red flag again.
This situation is a red flag.
But Ed Millett is telling her not to do chemo or something. Is that true? I don't know. I mean, again, he's no medical advice giver. And he was somebody who was involved a little bit in the Dave Hollis death before it came out that he had actually died of fentanyl, alcohol, and cocaine, and a heart condition that all worked together to kill him, essentially. Ed Millett had recommended his heart doctor to him. So it's not like he's not getting real medical treatment. So if that's true, that he's advising her not to go to chemo, that's messed up and wrong on many levels. But thank you, DC. And this is DC, so go to her channel. She has all the information, and she does live streaming very, very well and very professional. And I'm very impressed by her studio and setup. And DC, for that I say...
Are you freaking bonker pants?
Are you freaking bonker pants? And also...
I have dyslexia so bad.
That was me reading that whole article. Once again. Okay, I'm ready to listen and not talk for a second. I'm excited. Okay, here we go.
Legally. And they were caught red. I have a guest with me today. She uncovered a plot by a group of rivals to take down medical medium and our community by spreading false claims to a major media outlet. To be safe, she chose to record the calls legally, and they were caught red-handed.
Okay. Can't wait.
We're talking about something awful, terrible, really the unimaginable, attempting to take the medical medium down, which really means trying to take down the medical medium community. When you hear the plan, the plot, it's heartbreaking. It hurts. It stings. A group of people.
It hurts. It stings. Well, at least you're alive to feel things, I suppose. I have been criticized for my own actions and my own bullshit. I'm hurting, guys.
Up to no good. When you listen to what you're about to hear, you be the judge. A premeditated plot, a long-term, multiple-step plan to purposely create a, quote, post-medical medium era. Their words, not mine. Breaking down the faith and trust of so many who rely on the medical medium information to keep afloat, move forward, and get their lives back. An escape? Mattress Island. I can only say this. Brace yourself.
This is sad. And again, it's like we've talked about, I think Cam was the one who first talked about it on Cringefluencers, but it's like those scams that, you're like the Nigerian prince is going to try to, you just need to send him $10,000. He'll send you $1 million back. And the email that they send you is, all riddled with spelling errors, because the people who don't pick up on that, the spelling errors, they are going to be the ones that go full force into the scam and will send you gift cards, or, they're just not savvy enough to tell it's a scam. People who listen to this dramatic crap and really think that like this is real, those are the people who are going to continue down this road. And I think that he does it in this delivery style on purpose, personally, to make sure he's getting the most gullible people possible. Unfortunately.
What was exposed and uncovered? This time, really fasten your seatbelts. I know, I'm still in shock myself. It's one thing to believe this deception is happening in the world of health and wellness. It's another to see it's true and even find out who is behind such a plot and why they are really doing it and hearing it all from the horses' mouths.
We need to get this guy off the internet. First, chop at the tree.
Parting of the Red Seas.
Take him down.
Tip the scale.
Multiple steps. Taking everything down. Step 1 in this process.
There's no coming back from that.
I'm still in shock. Literally, I'm still in shock when I even...
This guy's a narcissist. Like, do you not really see how you're culpable for this woman's death in any way? In a tiny, tiny way, at least? No, the world is out to get me. I'm innocent.
Think about this. Never mind hearing it like that. What we're going to talk about today is a plot by rivals and competitors that were planning on taking the medical medium down. That was the whole plan. They've been at it for a long time, and they want to take the community down too. They want it all gone. Everybody, I'm honored to introduce who I call my hero right now. truly my hero, Amber Visicaro. She's an alternative medicine practitioner who has been...
Wow, shocking. Whoa. Oh, she's an alternative health practitioner. Wow, amazing. Who would have thunk?
part of the medical medium community for over 6 years. She's extremely knowledgeable about the chronically ill. She knows what they go through, how they suffer. She knows their struggles. She's helped so many people get their lives back. Amber, did you ever think in a million years you'd be here today talking about this?
I absolutely never thought that the events of the last few weeks would occur.
What accountability, critique, pushback on nonsense? Yeah, I guess that is shocking these days.
Has been the most shocking experience of my life, and I've been through a lot.
I've been helping people,
These poor people
for decades.
Oh my God.
I've been looking after the chronically ill, making sure they get what they need. It's heartbreaking this is happening. Like, how did you feel emotionally when you first discovered this?
First, I definitely felt completely outraged. I wouldn't have believed that it were real if I didn't hear it with my own ears. I felt extremely betrayed on a personal level, and then I felt extremely hurt and betrayed for you and for the community and for all of the people who I knew that this would impact. I got incredibly angry when I discovered the malicious intent behind it all and the level of trickery that I was witnessing. I felt extremely frustrated with the amount of corruption that is and has been allowing something to happen that should never be able to happen. It's a helpless feeling to realize that this is something that had been...
Is she reading a script? Because this does not sound natural at all to me. It sounds like she's, and first of all, it sounded like there was a cut in there. This trickery has happened, and I am outraged and very upset about what has occurred at this present time. It's like, okay, I think he's given her this paper, like, if you believe in me, read this into a microphone for me. Thank you. Drink some celery juice.
brewing and building for years. It was happening behind my back, behind your back, behind everybody's back as an attempt to be an underground takedown because these people don't want to be held responsible. And then as I saw it all unfold before my eyes, I knew that I had to...
I think you're projecting there, babe. I think that's projection. Don't want to be held responsible. Okay, here she is. Heal with Amber. Alternative medicine practitioner. Okay, proudly applying medical medium info. Thank you so much. Helping people all over the world recover from chronic health problems naturally. Oh, so nice. Okay, here's this.
This guy.
Here. Oh wait, is this it? Oh yeah. Okay. Wait. I got to show you this. This is the preview for this podcast episode that we're already listening to. The drama that you thought that the podcast was bringing. Just wait. Just wait. Here it is.
Get this guy off the internet. First chop at the tree.
Parting of the Red Seas.
Take him down.
Tip the scale.
Multiple steps. Take every down. Step 1 in this process.
There's no coming back from that.
I'm still in shock. Literally, I'm still in shock when I even think about.
It's like we need a static TV, and we need to cut all these bites that make no sense, really, without context, and put some very scary music underneath. And then wide shot of me in my stark kitchen with my medical device doll behind me. Make sure to have my book in the background too while I'm talking about my enemies.
This. Never mind hearing it like that. What we're going to talk about today is a plot by rivals and competitors that were planning on taking the medical medium down. That was the whole plan. They've been at it for a long time, and they want to take the community down too. They want it all gone. Everybody, I'm honored to introduce who I call my hero right now. Truly my hero. Amber Visicaro. So you heard somebody actually say post-medical medium era.
Yes, somebody didn't just state it as a goal, but essentially attempted to recruit me as a leader in what they called the so-called post-medical medium era.
The best era. I prefer the pre-medical medium era, to be honest. It was a good time. It was the best of times. It was other scammers' times, you know? Like, no one gives a fuck about you, dude. Come on. Nobody really cares. Only people want other people not to die because of stupid, you know, opportunists like you on the internet. That's the only thing people are trying to accomplish here. No one could give a shit about what you do with your life. No one just wants other victims to be victimized. The comment here is, crazy to see how much time these people invested in taking someone else down instead of actually helping people. Their plans were so ego-driven, it's sad. And that sounded like fully raw Christina, just going by the voice, hoping not, but I'm not surprised by anything anymore. To you and Anthony for your work. Okay, and then people are writing like long things. Ugh. So they're trying to take down a guy who basically is just telling us to eat our fruits and veggies? LOL, make it make sense. These people must be so bored. Yeah, just like, just like you commenting on this post. Yeah, I'm sure you're not bored too. Okay, all right, that was it. She's gonna do a colon cleansing juice. Okay, let's go back. Let's backtrack to the podcast. Okay, back to it.
Something to help to stop it.
You know, that's heartbreaking that you even have to go through that you even have to experience this right now.
Heartbreaking.
You know, I always like refer the health world right now and lately as dog eat dog. It's just like dog eat dog world. Just, and here I am just doing my thing, right? Making
money.
I'm getting information to people, providing information, all that I can. And meanwhile, when I used to say, well, hey, a knife gets stuck in my back, this time, I mean, that doesn't even describe it really. And it's really a despicable plot that was being planned.
Was it a plot,
and it's
guys?
still being planned. It's still there. It's still happening. And, you know, when you think about how many people are sick with chronic illness, when you think about how there's a plot to put out a story out there,
was it a plot? I don't know if he said the word plot enough. I need to hear it 20 more times.
Reasons to create what they said, quote, a post-medical medium era, which blows my mind when I think about that right there. It's unthinkable. So you heard somebody act.
You know you're going to die one day, right? You're 50-something years old, 53 years old. I don't think you're going to be here. I think the post era is probably in the next 60 years at the latest. So there is going to be a post-medical medium era. Sorry to break it to you, sir.
Say post-medical medium era.
How many times are you going to say it?
Somebody didn't just state it as a goal, but essentially attempted to recruit me as a leader in what they called the so-called post-medical medium era, which meant that they are hoping to take medical medium down.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. Like, you definitely have an opportunity to be a leader in what I would call the post-medical medium era.
That's insane. You know, when I think about that, when I hear that,
a letdown.
First of all, it's a new experience to me. Like, I've heard things over the years, but that takes it to a different level. That takes it to a whole nother thing. Think about that. You're doing all these things. You're helping people for decades. You're putting out books. You're looking out for the chronically ill. And then somebody's trying to actually create this situation, this plot where they want a post-medical medium era. So when I hear that, I hear...
This is like word salad on steroids. Like, can you, like, you've said this sentence 15 times and this keyword 16 times. What are you actually saying? Oh, I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing, that there's a post-medical medium era. The fact that I'm hearing that, and then they play the clip with no context and then just saying, oh, I can't believe it. It's like, oh my God, it's been 7 minutes already. I've heard nothing.
Extermination. Like, I hear, get rid of it all. No problem. Just get rid of it all and put it in the past. It reminds me of like something from the war, or end something, or forcefully just try to get rid of something.
What?
And that right there, I mean, that's just something that takes it to a new level.
What war? World War Medical Edition. God, a medical world war. My personal one article coming out negatively putting me in a certain light is the equivalent of a world war. God. This guy is crazy.
It's not even just, hey, I don't like medical medium and I choose not to follow his stuff, or I choose not to follow his page. This is an entirely different situation.
How?
Never seen anything before in alternative medicine with competition or anything of the sort. This isn't even that anymore. So it just reminds me of the medical medium is over kind of thing.
Versus like when the movie came out or the Netflix thing came out, like this is gonna happen.
Holy shit. There's going to be a documentary about it all?
That's our vision. I mean, it's not going to be first you have to publish the article, and then once the article is published, then people start bidding on the piece.
Because Anthony is so,
he wishes.
He has such a presence. And if it just stops at the article, I'm guessing that, like, there would be some buzz in the medical medium community for a few months, but, like, really, I think then it would kind of die down. But ultimately, the way to really get the word out is would be like a Netflix documentary, so.
Yeah, no shit. I don't think they're saying they have a contract. They'd be like, yeah, ideally to get more people to hear our perspective, having a Netflix documentary would help that. Duh. Duh. Yeah. I can't believe that someone would consider making a documentary about my life in a negative light. It's basically like Hiroshima dropping on the world. It's the same thing, guys.
Once you hit that level of being exposed, there's no coming back from that.
The intention that I had is that it's going a Netflix series like Bad Vegan will be made about Anthony Brown, and it will be a fucking hit because what he pulled off is unbelievable. I mean, and the celebrity angle, this Netflix version is gonna go bonkers.
Holy shit, we need to get this.
Any producers looking for random YouTuber who's got some opinions about this, I'm available at any time, any place, anywhere. Hook it up, please. I would love to be a part of this documentary. Let's take them down. Draft me into the war, baby. I want to be on TV.
Guy off the internet. We need to just take it all down.
That's crazy to me because I know who all these people are.
And you've helped all of them too, haven't you?
In their darkest hours. Many of them in their darkest hours.
Not Stephanie. You fucking dropped her ass. You didn't text her at the end, right? She was begging for you to text her back. Not her darkest hour. Literally what the article is about. Fuck you, man. God.
I mean, I can recall, as if it was yesterday, helping out certain members of this plot, of this group. And I helped them in their darkest hour. I guess this is the thanks you get.
It's very sick and disturbing.
If you truly cared about people like you claim you do, Anthony, do you really need thanks? Isn't this your God-given gift? Don't you think you could cut people some slack? If they really need healing and you've healed them, okay, let them be then. I don't understand. They need to pay me and they need to worship me. That's my requirements as a heart-centered empath.
Well, act so spiritual out there. They act like they do no harm. They act like they're positive. There's people that sit there with a waterfall behind them. They got their hands in prayer position, right? And people in this group do that. They'll have a waterfall behind them. They're so spiritually evolved. And this is what they're up to. And this,
Now we speak in my language. Yeah, it's all performative, dude. Yeah, push that out there. Get that message out there that the internet's a bunch of lies. That you can just put yourself on a platform and make up whatever background you want. Just tell people anything, and then you get all the money from them because they're desperate. Oh, yeah. Again, projection is key here.
what they're doing. And I know one member of this group that doesn't even believe evil exists. Meanwhile, they don't care if they crush everything. The medical medium community, people who need things, people who are working on their healing process. And they want to put out this article, and then they want bids on the article, a documentary against the medical medium.
Oh my God.
And
that's you. You're talking about yourself, weirdo. Oh, God, I hate this third person stuff. I really do. I agree with you in the comments. It's the worst part. They want to take down the medical medium. Like, you mean yourself? You mean you, bro?
they don't even really know what happened. They don't even have the information correct. And that's how sad it is.
Well, the sad thing is they contacted you for comment so you could give your perspective on the story, but you told through your lawyer that you had no comment. So that's on you, bro. Again, sir.
And I'm sure that bids on a documentary mean a lot of money, like millions.
Well,
you know who else is making millions from manipulating people? The medical medium, okay?
it's not $5,000. It's not $2,000. It's not $10,000 and they split it all, or somebody splits it, or the media company gets $10,000. It's a lot of money.
No, what are you talking about? Also, I don't think just because you have an idea for a documentary, you all of a sudden get something. You don't get money for it. You can pitch it to a company and they can do it. You may get some sort of money, but I don't think you just profit from coming up with an idea, a concept. But okay.
It really is. And it's money off of my back and the medical medium community's back on stories that are unfounded, made up, or text taken out of context without putting the whole truth. And that's how they do it in this day and age.
Yes.
They take something, well, that's a fact because that was your text right there, but they don't put all of the truth.
Okay, once again, the reporter repeatedly contacted him and his lawyers to give his perspective, to better explain what the truth was, and he declined. So again, this is your fault. If there is some other truth out there, he rather play the victim than actually give the real truth, because the real truth, I believe, is what they reported.
Information around it and what really happened in the whole story. You can just make up anything now and just try to take somebody out.
Mm-hmm.
Amber, how did this even happen?
So this is a very long and complex story, and
Sure,
there's
it's
no
not.
way that I'm going to be able to explain it all adequately on here today. But the
Why?
short version starts with somebody I know who I really believed was my friend. We had spent a good amount of time together, connected over health. I did see some red flags along the way with him as a person, and I did know that this guy was no longer supportive of medical medium information. But I have friends who have all kinds of different belief systems that I connect with on certain things and don't align with on other things, and I thought that we could continue being friends on some level despite that. But the red flags started to really add up in the fall of last year when he had a conversation with me in which he actually tried to convince me to dissociate myself from medical medium information, because in his words, it would be a better business move in case anything ever happened to Anthony. As further conversations
Makes sense.
ensued more recently, I was so alarmed by what I was hearing, and I could sense that there was something that was really wrong. So I looked into recording laws and began to legally record my phone conversations with him and with other people he introduced me to.
So actually, who is manipulating who, and who is secretly plotting to out the other one? This person who is your friend who is saying, hey, I feel this way about medical medium. I think it's best for you not to do it. I have this idea to, do do a article or talk to a journalist. And now she's going to secretly record him. That actually sounds like more of like plot than he was doing to you, because he was being open, so it seems, about his intentions. And you were not being open about your intentions, Amber.
For my own protection and safety, and because I wanted to really understand what was going on and what I was hearing. I was introduced to all these people via text threads through this friend of mine, a whole group of individuals that in my phone calls with them admitted to colluding with each other, that referred to themselves as an elite group, that one even said she had to commit horrible acts to become a part of.
Well, you're now part of it, Amber. You're in the inner circle. And you know, you have to earn your right to get in that circle. So
Yeah.
there you go. You've earned it, and then that's a rare spot to be in. Of course, I've committed horrible acts, but you know, you didn't even have to do anything bad, and you're here.
So I see, like,
I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I would also like to know. Ma'am, what horrible acts have you committed?
FBI, open up!
Please let us know. However, I really do think, though, the lying is really what gets me. Like Amber going and trying to manipulate all these people to giving her the inside information sort of bothers me more than anybody trying to like expose somebody for, you know, their scams. It's sort of like, that's worse to me, honestly.
when I hear that, I hear a few different things. I hear, an elite group. I hear inner circle. I hear horrible acts to get into the inner circle. I hear earn your right. This spells cult. C-U-L-T.
C-U-L-T. This spells okay. That's a soundbite. This spells cult. C-U-L-T. Again, it's like this is what narcissists do, and I'm not saying clinically. I'm just saying in the colloquial way. Narcissists, they often will say exactly what they're doing on other people, projecting, trying to push the blame and the criticism that comes to them onto someone else. Like, who smelt it, dealt it. Did someone smell a fart? Did someone fart? And their booty is just going off, just releasing medical medium celery air into the space. And they're like, somebody farted here. That's the vibe I'm getting here.
How many times have I heard, oh, medical medium, oh, it's a cult, or look out, medical medium's a cult. And
yeah.
And then don't do medical medium. And meanwhile, when I hear that, an elite group that's plotting to take down an entire health movement, and that's the goal.
Yeah, Nexium, the Nexium cult, the two people that came out originally to speak out against it, those are that's the true cult, not the real one that they left and tried to bring awareness to save other people from being sucked into it. Yeah, that's the real cult. That makes sense.
And when all that's happening, and then you hear like the recruitment policy is what I kind of hear in there. Actually, it is what I hear in there. And I don't know anything more cultish than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could hear my nervous laugh in that clip.
Well, yeah, no, I heard that. You were like, you were like actually nervous. You're like, what do I do? It sounded like you were like, what do I do in this moment?
This is so
what do I
embarrassing.
say?
Well, you're now part of it, Amber. You're in the inner circle. And
you know how he's accusing the article of taking things out of context, yet we have one sentence out of probably a long conversation which I believe is taken out of context as well.
You have to earn your right to get in that circle.
Yeah.
There you go. You've earned it, and then that's a rare spot to be in. Of course, I've committed
You're
horrible
so funny,
acts,
Jobs. Oh my God.
You didn't even have to do anything bad, and you're here.
When I hear that again, and I hear your nervous laugh, and I hear...
Did we really need to hear it twice? Like, I got nothing further from that.
Cackle after the recruitment attitude and the recruitment vibe, it just saddens me. And when I think, okay, if that's the only thing, and it's that, but you have hours and hours and hours of recordings and information.
But we're only going to play the same 10 seconds over and over again because the other stuff doesn't make us look good.
That would make people's heads spin.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much more here. And after that point, this group went on to describe to me their problems with you, Anthony, followed by an explanation of a multi-step plan that they had been working together on for over a year to
Oh
take.
no, not a plan with multiple steps. Oh shit. Sound the alarm. Step 1, research. Step 2, write down our plan. There's multiple steps in this plan?
Medical medium and the medical medium community down using a false narrative involving a deceased person. And I decided to hear them out at first because I thought there may have been a misunderstanding. But the more that I continued to listen, I realized that nothing was adding up. I would be thinking, that's not correct. I know that that's not true. That's not correct. Their main point that they were trying to convince me of, it was all centered around a story that each of the people in this group had a different iteration of. Their timelines were all different and wrong. Each of them had information that conflicted with another version. They couldn't get their story straight. They were missing pieces that didn't fit together. I would have a call with one of them who would tell me a story one time. And
I'm sorry that the alarm is terrifying. I won't use it for a while. I'll turn it down a little bit. Thank you. Sorry for everyone freaking out.
different from and conflict with the story that the same person would tell me on another call the next day. They would reference information that I knew to be untrue, and some of them claim to have been around when the evidence shows that they weren't, while others claimed that they weren't involved in ways that the evidence shows that they were.
Okay.
And you have all of this recorded.
I do. I have a lot of hours of recordings of these conversations where they then...
But at the end of the day, the reporter went through the voice memos, listened to them, went through the text messages, talked to the people who were quoted, and came forth to give their statements to him. So all that stuff, whether who's deciding to reach out to the reporter, their timelines doesn't really matter. The reporter goes in and does the investigation, or at least can corroborate certain facts and certain things, is what he did. So, okay, who really gives a shit if the inner circle had different stories? It doesn't really matter if it doesn't end up in the actual article. So, okay, I'm not convinced now yet still.
Went on to further describe their plan, which included using their connections to specifically seek out a journalist and a publication that's known for doing negative pieces that turn into documentary sales, and a journalist who would publish an article in a mainstream media outlet using this false narrative with the ultimate goal of it causing enough controversy to lead to selling a negative documentary exploiting their deceased friend.
No, I think, yeah, of course, if there's interest in the story and it gets into a documentary, that's one thing, but it has nothing to do with the reporter. The reporter's job is to produce news articles, and Vanity Fair does a lot of PR positive articles as well. So, Amber, you are wrong there again.
They gave me examples.
I don't think he automatically gets $1 million for writing an article. They can do a documentary about the medical medium without this one reporter's contribution at all. Just FYI.
Negative articles turned into documentaries that they wanted to use as a model. Both examples came from the same publication, and one of their examples was written by the same journalist that they had sought out. This group wanted to be anonymous sources and hide behind that anonymity all throughout their execution of this plan, so that they can essentially say and do whatever they want, drop this bomb of an attempted character assassination, even if it's based on falsities, so that they can reap the benefits and never face accountability for the damage that they intend.
So when she was texting people, please ask Anthony, and she died 5 days later, that's fake or what? Like those text messages were left by, again, like aliens or what? Like speak to those specific details, please.
Pause. It's damage that ultimately affects the chronically ill, and that's something that I have a major problem with.
You know, like usually on the Medical Medium podcast, even though we talk about hardship and losses and people struggling,
aliens,
and I still keep a light
chemtrails.
heart. And I just can't find that light heart throughout all of this that you've discovered, that that you have exposed and you're bringing to light. And I'm still in that kind of shock phase. I think maybe I'll find a light heart as I go along. When I hear this group wanted to be anonymous, so it's like anonymous sources, and they wanted to hide under that throughout the execution of a plan, so they could essentially just say whatever they want. That's what.
There was no anonymous sources, I don't believe, in that article. Everyone was named, so. So what? I don't know.
They did, and then drop the bomb out there in the world, so the communities can see it too and everything. And they're dropping a bomb, character assassination bomb. That's what they're dropping, and it's based on falsities. And so when I think about that, and then here's the other thing, don't face accountability on it. Oh, I could just be anonymous, spin some stories. I don't have to face any kind of accountability. I don't have to let it affect my business, let it affect what I'm doing in the health scene, because some of these people are public figures. Some of these people have been in the health scene for quite a while. And it's like, oh, let's just drop the bomb on AW, and then we'll go on our merry way. No one will know different.
AW?
And you uncovered it.
Is he incapable of saying me? He's got to call himself the medical medium, or AW, his initials about himself. Very weird way to speak of yourself.
You discovered it. You caught him. It's what you did. And it just blows my mind. Just totally blows my mind.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they put me in this position with their attempt essentially to recruit me. And it went on. And even Anthony, in the way that they were describing this to me in their own words, they said that even the journalist that they sought out was questioning and didn't even know what to make out of what he was being told. The group explained to me that they basically threatened the journalist. They described pointing him here and pointing him there, giving him a lot of direction and hammering into his head their narrative.
I just gave him a lot of direction.
Okay. We gave him instructions about what we were thinking. We told him our thoughts. Was it multiple thoughts? Oh no, not multiple thoughts. In a multi-step plan? Oh, World War III, medical medium edition.
I'm super freaking privileged.
Thank you, JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says, have to catch the replay, but I heart that sound. I don't know. I can't really play that one yet. We need some time to pass. We need some time to pass to play that specific sound by JLB Nerdy. One day, perhaps. That day is not today. I'm sorry. But I will play you a similar one. That's me after drinking celery juice in the morning. And also...
bold-faced lie.
That's what medical medium thinks. Everything that isn't praise and celebration of his existence is.
Bold-faced lie.
And also...
I didn't think about any of you.
That's what AW root beer. That's what I'm going to call medical medium from now on. Do you mean AW root beer? The world famous medical medium? Hospital psychic? What is this?
I can conquer the world.
There you go, JLB Nerdy. And also,
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
that's for you. All right, back to the biggest plot that's ever been plotted.
This piece, we gave him a lot of clarity. Sort of like he was having a hard time wrapping his head around a lot of it. He had to like really hammer in his head like what's going on and like explain the details and point him towards this,
Isn't that better though, that the journalist was like not invested at all, was like, I don't understand what the story is, and then did his own investigation, as opposed to just blatantly was trying to take down the medical medium for nefarious reasons by this inner circle? Isn't this a better thing to happen?
But I was upset and I said, like, you are scared. You're scared. Like, what's going on? What's the delay? Like, you have everything. It's on the fucking phone. Like, you have all this stuff. Like, what more do you need? And then I basically threatened him.
So hammering the head of a journalist, basically. Threatening a journalist. Pushing the narrative that this group of plotters wanted. And while exploiting a deceased friend. I don't even know what to say. You know, when I hear that just as it's coming out of my mouth, it's just one thing, but it's true, factual, and it happened. That's an entirely other thing. And so it's like, you're not supposed to do that. So if you really do.
Yes, I can do a me.
Rach?
Do I even have me anymore? I don't know if I took that one away.
Are you Rachel?
I don't think I have the me one anymore. But I do have...
Peed my pants. Vacation labia.
Will that suffice, everybody? Will that suffice? Okay.
Have some story, or you have a story, or you wanted to talk to a journalist. You're not supposed to sell it to them in the sense where you push it on them.
Why
you
not?
Make sure you hammer it into them.
I mean,
if they're struggling to see really what's happening in the story, you're not supposed to then threaten them.
Yeah, I agree. Don't threaten a journalist, but there's no rules about you gotta just give them the story and then walk away. Have you ever heard of PR? Have you ever heard of the concept of public relations? I mean, there's a whole business model of pressuring journalists to cover things. I've been on the side of it where people pressure you, not threaten you, but, say like, this is a really good story and you should be covering it because of this reason, that reason, that reason. That's an entire career field. So I don't know why he's making it sound like it's some sort of anarchy.
And from what you have heard, it's way more than this. This is just the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, from what you said, this is nothing compared to what's there. And then to kind of like basically force their narrative upon the journalist and that media outlet is just unbelievable. I mean, I know a lot is happening today, but I have not heard anything like that.
Yeah.
Definitely haven't heard anything like that. So
it's the furthest thing from what would be fair, accurate, or balanced journalism. When a story is true, you don't have to force somebody to see it your way. They explained to me, this group, that in order to achieve their ultimate goal of selling a negative documentary to Netflix, the way that they wanted it to be produced and filmed by people within their inner circle, they needed to first publish a negative piece against medical medium that would lead to more negative pieces. And I know, I'm just extremely, extremely beyond disappointed that a media company would support this colluding from rivals and competitors who are purposely plotting the takedown of medical media.
So they...
Shut up. This is like the most bogus. This is a 3-parter. Nothing has been said thus far. What are you possibly going to say in the next 2?
Plotted a plan. They threatened the journalist.
They plotted a plan. They plotted and
They
planned.
stayed anonymous.
Multiple steps.
For the most part, it might be somebody that's not or whatever, but the most part, many of the people that you have, and you've recorded more than 3 people. You've recorded like 7 sources, you told me. And that that alone is unbelievable. Like, that's mind-blowing.
Doesn't that mean that there's more people who believed in you and found out you were a fake? The more there are, the more believable it is. It's not just one person who has a vendetta. It's like, oh no, it's a group because they've all been affected negatively. Again, I think that's what makes them look better.
And for them to do this, and then they want the article to come out, the one they actually forced a narrative upon and shopped it specifically to a media company and journalist that purposely writes negative documentation, like negative articles, and creates negative documentary.
As opposed to what? Like the Heal documentary, the Goop Lab, like the fucking opposite of complete like it's nonsense where there's just no logical critical thinking. Yeah, that's most of mainstream journalism is not woo-woo pseudoscience filled bullshit. Now there's a lot of it in like the Goop blogs that he's a part of, actually. Okay, anyways, we already know this. I don't even need to like clarify what he's saying is wrong. We already know this intuitively. We're all mediums, right? So we all just know that he's wrong.
And then
God told me,
to
okay?
hear that they even like the inside group with connections and having something to do with the documentary in some way just blows my mind. How and then yeah, it's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. And there's so much that came out of these calls too, so much more, again, than I will be able to even talk about today. But one big thing is that throughout these calls, I kept hearing familiar terms such as truth seekers. And then I started putting pieces together and realizing that every rumor, every incident, every seemingly random thing that I've seen occur and spread negatively in the medical medium community over the years has likely originated from this group. And that this group had been using others who are active in the community to further their own agenda while attempting to remain anonymous themselves so that they're not held responsible. And I was witnessing in these calls an attempt to be recruited into the group the same way that others have been. And in fact, they told me about 3 young women whose names I recognized that were already sought out and recruited before me.
And she started a group Instagram chat. So we're all in a group Instagram chat together. Mm-hmm. And that was the conversation where, you came up. And I was like, yeah, like they said something like I'm convinced that Amber is like paid by them and she'll never say anything bad about Anthony. I was like, no, that's not the case. Like, trust me. Amber is like a very high quality individual. Like
this guy's dumb. They're right. He's wrong. Obviously. She's like, I am. Can you say that louder into my voice recorder that I'm going to siphon to Anthony A.W. root beer in 1 minute?
I think when she has the right information, she will she'll see this the way we see it, see the facts the way we see them. And they were like, oh my God, if that happened, like all hell's gonna break loose.
Do you know these people?
I know these people. I definitely know these people. And they were working on these young women for months. The guy who I thought was my friend was talking to them about me the whole time behind my back. And they were reveling in the idea of how many people would be hurt and upset if I turned against medical medium with them. It was like they saw me as some weird sort of prize because they knew that if they could get me away from applying medical medium information, it would destroy the movement even further.
So that's like the goal. That is the goal, actually. So you indoctrinate. Why does this sound cult every second? You indoctrinate.
Projection alarm. I won't play the alarm. Projection alarm. Where's Craig?
This is gold, straight up.
This is projection, straight up.
Other people, other influencers in the community, and you lead them out. You tell them falsities, so they go, oh my God, medical medium's so bad. And you pull them out.
Yeah, he literally has so many followers who anytime anyone posts, including my video from before, I mean, I'm not saying that they're paid by him or whatever. I think they probably believe the crap that they're, saying and thinking. But they'll comment and say like, it helped me so much. I am healed from medical medium advice. You should take down this horrible video. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But like, there's a lot of support for him. So the fact that 7 people out of like 15,000 said something negative and he's going to make this much fuss about it is so crazy to me. It's like, I mean, I guess this is perfect because it gives that feeling of like us versus them, and maybe it brings more people to feel more connected, and we need to support him financially because they're trying to take him down, and we need to like go. Maybe this is all a marketing ploy and this is like his thing. He doesn't actually believe, I'm sure he doesn't believe any of this crap really, but like he's using it to bring more people into the cult and keep them insulated versus I don't know, just like rolling your eyes and going, okay, this is one article. I have so many supporters. Who cares?
You recruit them, and then they go on social media and they finally have that moment where they're like, okay, it's my time to shine, and I'm going to say all these falsities and just talk about how bad medical medium is and how it's a cult or how it's whatever. Meanwhile, they're literally being indoctrinated and recruited into a real cult.
Hey, I'm going to go faster. I can't.
That is not only spreading misinformation, but recruiting young girls.
Yep.
Like recruiting young girls in the medical medium community. I don't know.
What is he inferring here?
Anything sicker than that? So it's like, let's recruit these young women, get them, just brainwash them with misinformation.
Brainwash them away from believing that a random man who calls himself AW and the medical medium is being told in his ear from a bearded biblical figure that is one step below God, named the Spirit of Compassion, is saying everything is Epstein-Barr virus, drink celery juice, and you have heavy toxic metals in your system. Brainwash them away from that. Okay. Wow, we've leapt through society today.
And that's what you learned.
What I learned is that the strategy of this group is to try to capture people like those young women with a manipulated story of a deceased person who isn't here anymore to speak for herself or to defend the truth of what actually happened. They might throw in some other random misinformation to add to their story of why you shouldn't trust medical medium, because they try to act like they have some special information that you just don't know, even though all these people still admitted to applying medical medium information into their own lives, yet they say that they don't trust you. They just don't, they explicitly say that they don't credit the source. They use it and don't credit the source. And I literally heard them.
What? Drinking celery juice? No one has ever thought of that before, Anthony? Okay.
Out on all of their points for a total of over 17 hours. And I can tell you that everything that they think they have is a bunch of twisted misinformation.
Then play
Their
it,
false
girl.
narrative story is the guise that they're using. But what these calls also made clear to me is that some of these sources are part of this plan because they're actually being driven by, some of it is misplaced grief. Some of it is people being driven by guilt, but most of them, disturbingly, are being driven by self-interests and what they would stand to gain financially and otherwise from the impact of a medical medium takedown.
And at the same time, it's like Amber is a prize. If we can get her out of medical medium, then think about how many people will be like, well, if Amber left medical medium information, then, oh yeah, like something's terribly wrong. It's how many young women can we get, on our side is what they're basically doing. And you were like this prize, like, oh, wow. Yeah,
and that's why you're featuring her right now on your podcast, because she is the prize. So again, you're doing exactly what you're accusing them of trying to do.
Amber out of medical medium, then forget it. then just, there you go. And
Seriously.
So that's what was happening. And you were like being groomed. It's like, no, let's get you out of there. And 17 hours of recording between.
God, this is such the mental gymnastics. Like, they're grooming you by helping you try to see the truth that you are currently in a cult. Wow. So like anyone who tries to help you to, you know, hey, I think you're in a cult. I want, you know, if you need help, let me know. I can help get you out of this, whatever the cult may be. Now the cult leader is saying that is someone trying to recruit you into the cult of the mainstream, I guess. The cult that is society. Wow. God, that's smart. That is vindictive as hell, but smart. Yikes.
How many people?
Between 7 people.
That's just extraordinary. Absolutely
7
extraordinary.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
amazing. Wow, 7 people, 7 whole people. And okay, here's the Facebook group, which has how many members does it say? Like 149,000. Okay, 149,000 members in this group. 7 of them have decided to speak out against him. World War medical medium. And all the people here, okay, and they posted about this specific thing. This is episode 2, but episode 3, okay, we're not even there yet. Episode 1 here. So they posted it in here in the group. And the comments are, karma has been swift in destroying their malignant agendas. Light is power and knowledge, and they have been majorly exposed. I hope that the unfolding untruths still to come lead them down a path of a criminal investigation. Okay, that sounds supportive of medical medium. Dear Anthony, I have been a follower of yours for many years. Been on celery juice for at least 6 years every morning. I found this podcast very shocking. Wonder where they got that keyword from. Like the AMA trying to discredit your holistic approach to health. I have no words, but feel the angels are watching out for you by having Amber bring this plot to your attention. Thank you for informing your community and making us aware of these dishonest people. We love you and pray that you keep your torch of truth burning freely. This person says, I don't know. To me, it all sounds like children's play, and I can't understand why we or the public at large should worry about a bunch of anonymous mudslingers that have no names, no proof, no trustworthiness, no nothing. Why does AW make such a big thing out of this miserable, tiny, would-be conspiracy without any credibility? Who would listen to an anonymous miniature bunch of haters and self-proclaimed know-it-alls? This would indeed harm their listeners or actually believers more than it could ever harm medical medium. So let's just take it as it is, a handful of people who want to become some mysterious new QAnons and trust in AW and spirit and our good fortune that we've discovered their healing benefits for us and the world. Girl, you're halfway thinking clearly and halfway not. Prayer sent. Glad it was uncovered. Keep the faith. Keep the fire going. God bless you all in the group. Anyways. So yeah, this, like I said, 149,000 people seem to be supportive. These 7 need to be taken down. Okay, it's a little bit paranoid, buddy. A little bit paranoid, just slightly.
Weird to think about it like that, but that really is what they kind of said in their own words was their goal with me. And they kept using the phrase truth seekers, and it's so twisted because there are real truth seekers, right? And then there are fake truth seekers. There's a huge difference between the two. And I thank God that now I have the evidence to show the medical medium community the difference. If these people were real truth seekers, they would have their facts straight. They wouldn't be contradicting themselves and each other constantly. They wouldn't come across like they had something to hide. They wouldn't be showing signs of guilt. They wouldn't have told me that I was asking too many questions the minute that I wasn't blindly going along with their narrative. They wouldn't have to work so hard to drill their story into a journalist's head. They wouldn't be spreading flat out.
Okay, they know that there was not a literal drill and a literal hammer, right? Like the journalist did not get a lobotomy done. They're saying that they talked to him and tried to get him to see what their story was. That is what was going on, that there was no surgery. I feel like they're using these specific words to like implant some sort of weird like visual, like people like jamming a literal hammer into the journalist's head to force him to act or something. That's not what happened here. Okay, everyone, just so we all are on the same page.
Information that's been disproven, and they wouldn't have ulterior motives. Medical medium in the community is being unfairly targeted, and now I can see clearly that it's been going on for a long time. I really honestly would not have believed it. I wouldn't have believed that there was actually a plot to destroy the community like this unless I had heard it myself the way that I did. I captured this group and these recordings demonstrating everything that I've said here in their own words. And the top leaders
then play it, bitch. Come on. Stop teasing it.
Lined their role in this plot.
I will definitely take responsibility for I've been one of the people that's been pushing for this. If you want to take the list of people of why this article's coming out and why it's coming out in a mainstream publication is number one. Is the number one responsible. I would be number two. Would be number three. Would be number four. It was us four who decided this needs to happen.
Okay.
I'm speechless, actually. When am I speechless on my own podcast? So there's so much here. It's really incredible when I think about it.
Wow, what an illuminating clip. Somebody saying, beep, beep, and beep are responsible.
It's
wow.
not only just trying to recruit you over, and everybody that sees you then just ditch medical medium and medical medium information. There's that. And then there's the recruiting of other people, young women in the community.
Oh my God, we get it, bro.
And then
we got it.
Essentially brainwashing them with misinformation. So they feel like they're on the right side of history. And I think you even told me that in one of the recordings, there was something like that in there. And I mean, you have hours of this, and that blows my mind all on its own. And then you're saying there's some people that you saw within these recordings that you heard that had a lot of guilt, not guilt in what they were doing with taking medical medium community down and medical medium down, but guilt for other reasons associated with the original story of misinformation involved with the deceased person and all of that. And
I love how they're not naming her at all. They're saying who it is, but they're not saying this is the story that actually happened. Let me tell you what actually happened, and this is the narrative or whatever, they're not saying that. They're not naming Stephanie, and they're saying it's all wrong, but just explain it then. You have this platform, obviously. Explain what happened. No, it's a cult that they're trying to recruit our cult members into.
And then drilling the head of a journalist. Getting them.
They did not drill the head of a journalist. What are you talking about? God. Oh my God. They're making it. Oh God, this is so funny. This is like cult tactic 101. How do we use language to trick people?
See the direction they needed to go for another documentary, all of it. I'm just scratching the surface, right? From what you've experienced.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Just scratching the surface. This is just an overview. For now, I just felt so strongly that everybody in the community needed to be aware of what was going on. I have many, many hours of recorded calls involving so many more details, so much more deception and more people.
I'm sure
and, it's just, this is the last thing that you and the chronically ill who are already up against so much should have to be dealing with. And that's clearly not what the people in this group that we're talking about today are caring about. I wouldn't be here talking about this unless it were absolutely necessary. They put me and us in this position to have to stand up for what's right.
It's they put me and us, right, baby? Right? You love me still, right? You're going to heal me with your celery juice, though, right? Your celery stick. Those lonely nights. Don't forget about me. AW root beer, baby.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
And to defend the actual truth, and most importantly, the chronically ill.
I think about if you didn't discover this, if you didn't witness it, and you didn't record it legally like you did, which is incredible. I really sit here and I say, well, what would have happened? Sure, there would have been, some medical medium community members would have been like, you know what, no way, I stand behind them. But I think about the fallout, the insanity, when none of this would be discovered and this plot went through. It's at least you discovered who, why, what, and where. You discovered the truth about who's behind it. You discovered the truth about the misinformation with the media company and the people that were plotting it and pushed it upon the media company for their own personal gain. And other reasons too, plus financial gain, all those things involved, the biased nature of it all. And when, if I think about it for a minute and say, well, what if Amber didn't discover this? And
Biased. I'm a non-biased person.
They were able to just do what they wanted to do and anonymously just disappear and go off with their careers and everything else. And like, they had nothing to do with it. And fake names in the article and everything else under the sun. And when you think about that, I'm like, wow, I wonder, I mean, the fallout and people being hurt with all of this.
Yeah, I wonder that too, Emily. I don't know what she means. Like, does she go to some states don't have the same rules when it comes to recording? Like I think New York, you're not allowed to record without the other person's knowledge. So unless she's in a state that doesn't have it or that law, or she was saying it was she asked them, hey, can I record this because I want to use it in the documentary or something? And then they said yes. And then she decided like, oh, I don't want to do the documentary anymore, but she already got consent maybe? I don't know. They're not explaining it for a reason, I guess, I suppose.
It's a sinister, deceptive plot happening with rivals, authors and rivals. It doesn't get any more hideous than that, actually. And you're my hero and you're the community's hero. And honestly, I thank God that you did what you did. I thank God. And I know that you did. One of the reasons why, because you mentioned it too, is like your safety. You saw if this is this sinister and this is this like backstabbing and deceptive and these were supposed to be your friends, or one of them was supposed to be your friends from what you were saying, I can understand why you were scared. I can understand why you, for your own safety.
They're hammering a journalist in the head. So I'm terrified that they are going to screwdriver me with facts. Yeah, that sounds right. It's interesting. I guess maybe I don't know much about the law when it comes to recording, but yeah, if the life and danger thing, maybe that is some sort of, they've said it several times. So I'm assuming it's some sort of necessary evil to talk about it. Interesting.
Wanted to protect yourself. And I'm grateful and thankful that you brought it to us, the whole plot, so that we can then share it together with the community. And I'm truly grateful.
Yeah, of course. This is something that I mean, I never saw myself hearing or experiencing, and it's been a really tough past couple of weeks, but I feel like it's a blessing that I found out the information that I did, because I think this will help us to be able to stop what's going on and to warn the community of this underground attempt.
Are we going to be doing more of these? You have a lot of information. You have a lot of recordings. You have uncovered a lot of secrets and plots and plans. And are you going to come back on? Are we going to venture into any more recordings, any more information?
We've got a whole lot more to cover, Anthony. This is a huge story. There's so much that we haven't talked about. There's so many different aspects and twists and turns to it. It's really, really wild and really unbelievable. So there's definitely more. There's definitely a lot more to say.
Okay.
There's nothing.
All right. I'm happy
Nothing has been
to
said.
hear that. I'm saddened at the same time. I'm saddened for all of it and what they planned and what they're doing. And
Matthew McConaughey banging on a drum, reading out chats was 1,000% more interesting than this podcast.
Grateful that you'll come back on Medical Medium Podcast and we can just take a look at everything else, because transparency is critical. The truth is the truth.
Transparency is critical.
If it's really the truth and you have actually proven it, uncovered it factually, the recordings, the people, and the sinister plan, and that there is the truth.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. This is unprecedented, and you really can't argue with people describing their own plan and their own agenda in their own words on an audio recording.
You'll often hear out there, be on the right side of history. Meanwhile, being on the right side of history can be a gamble, because it could be the wrong side of history, and that history is a jumble of bits and pieces, while someone, in their words, fumbled, and the history turns out to be a spin of made-up facts, but the facts aren't intact because they were lies from the beginning that were off track, and the right side becomes the wrong, but it never mattered because they only care about their cause. And if the cause was created by misinformation, while the goal is to get into distribution to cause as much damage as possible to a healing revolution where people around the world found real solutions, but you laid down a bet thinking what you were doing is heaven sent, but in truth, it's hell bent. As you laugh while you're getting ready for bed, instead of praying to God, you're praying, I'm dead. But all of a sudden,
What is happening? Is this a poem song about the podcast that just happened that didn't actually happen or say anything? Hold on, I hate to go back. I need to hear this rhyme scheme again.
heaven sent, but in truth, it's hell bent. As you laugh while you're getting ready for bed, instead of praying to God, you're praying, I'm dead.
How dare you laugh while getting ready for bed? You should be consuming celery juice and being miserable like me, okay? How dare you?
But all of a sudden, God sends the light, and the angel is in sight, and a hero is blessed to bring the real truth, exposing darkness and holding the light, giving us a God-given right to defend ourselves for a God-driven plight and to protect.
I need a warning next time before there's a poem mixed with music about himself. So he's the God-given hero, I'm assuming, in this scenario.
This is so good.
Okay, it's got 4 minutes left. All right, this is a 4.5 minute poem, apparently. It's gonna go on.
The underdog from the bullies that lurk the night, spreading lies while hiding behind their lies.
The bullies? Wait. The bullies that hang out at night who hide behind the lies? That's a bad line.
A driven plight, and to protect the underdog from the bullies that lurk the night.
So he's the underdog who's being protected from the bullies that lurk at night. Okay.
Spreading lies while hiding behind their lies.
That didn't rhyme. This is so bad. Oh my God. Again, there's 4 minutes left. Give me one note on the piano. Ding.
Information. You have a lot of recordings. You have uncovered a lot of secrets.
Okay, that was a weird cut. So that was an interlude poem? Oh, man. He watched the end. Yeah, he watched my rhyming, the Pancake Breakfast Club members, and he's like, you know what, she's onto something. We need to bring this into the podcast. The plot done by some slots.
Information. You have a lot of recordings. You have uncovered a lot of secrets and plots and plans. And are you going to come back on? Are we going to?
You already asked this.
Are we going to venture into any more recordings, any more information?
We've got a whole lot more to cover, Anthony. This is a huge story. There's so much that we haven't talked about. There's so many different angles and aspects and twists and turns to it. Is
this a post preview? What? We already heard this.
Really wild and really unbelievable. So there's definitely more. There's definitely a lot more to say.
Okay. All right. I'm happy to hear that. I'm saddened at the same time. I'm saddened for all of it and what they planned and what they're doing. And I'm grateful that you'll come back on the Medical Medium podcast and we can just take a look at everything else, because transparency is critical. The truth is the
We
truth.
heard this already.
If it's really the truth.
Literally,
And you
this
have
verbatim.
actually proven it, uncovered it, factually, the recordings, the people.
Oh my God.
An audio recording.
Side of history. And that history is a jumble.
So he just repeats it for the last 10 minutes? Oh my God. Okay, there's 2 more of this. There's 2 more episodes. That was just the preview. I don't think there's going to be anything good in either one of the other ones, but I'm open to listening to it. Or we can just watch him on YouTube to get a vibe of this dude. I kind of feel that way, but let me know what you think. I kind of feel like I need a break. I'd like to see this dude's face some more.
Epstein.
He's hot. Just kidding. Because he does a lot of lives. Finding your purpose stabilizer. I mean, that sounds great. There's the pharmaceutical exposure. He's holding a cow. There's wisdom and intuition stabilizer. There's trauma, shock, and loss. There's cravings shifter, brain shot, toxic fragrance exposure shot, ego shifter, anger shifter. That's what we need, the anger shifter. Because I'm angry at him. Chemtrails, Khem. He's spelling it. To see a poetry channel. Yeah, I hope. Medical medium, music. Yeah, well, maybe I'll listen to them after the stream, like tomorrow, and I will decide, like, I'll cut the best parts out if there's anything left, because it's like 60 minutes between the two of the next two. Okay, let's listen to Anger Shifter. How about that? Ego Shifter? You want to do Ego Shifter, I see? Or Relationship Breakup Stabilizer? No, it's going to do Ego Shifter. That sounds good. I love how he just starts in the middle, too. Like he's just talking to nobody at the beginning of the stream. Okay, here we go. Ego Shifter. A&W Root Beer, sponsored. AW, sponsored by Barks. Okay, here we go.
That in mind, that it's possible their ego could rise up. There's a lot of people out there that be like, I don't have an ego. No way. I'm totally not ego. I don't have the ego. And then but then you can see it. It'll rise up. It'll rise up. This is another thing. The ego that's in everyone can be dormant. Someone can have a dormant ego. Isn't that interesting? Spirit of Compassion told me that ego can be in its...
Spirit of Compassion told me that. It's like the water boy. My mama said that H2O was the best liquid. My mama said. Spirit of Compassion said. Matthew McConaughey, what do you have to say about this? What do you have to say about this also? What else do you have to say, Matthew McConaughey?
I didn't know the movies needed saving.
One more thing. What is the medical medium? Who is the medical medium? Give me a short description.
This man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
Thanks, Amber. That was actually Chris. I'm talking about Dean Graziosi. Oh boy. Okay, back to it. Let's hear what the Spirit of Compassion told Anthony one time.
It's dormancy.
In someone. Sorry, I'm being mean.
How incredible that piece of information is alone. That Spirit of Compassion has taught me. It's like, what do you mean in its dormancy? What do you mean by that? Like, how is an ego in its dormancy? Someone please tell me, right? Like, what? And Spirit of Compassion was like, dormancy meaning it's in its infancy in some people too. That's incredible. So an ego can develop. You mean it can actually be in its infancy. Come here. And then develop as time goes on. So it's one way somebody's ego can grow. Another way is they can have
agreed
a strong ego deep down inside, but it doesn't get unleashed until a trigger moment. So that's another thing too. Someone can have this.
I'm triggered.
big, dark ego deep down inside, and it's there, and it doesn't peek its head out, and then an experience or a huge trigger can occur, and then it just gets unleashed and just explodes. Interesting, right?
No.
Someone said...
Not interesting.
Fiddlestick said, so true. Okay, so I'm
here,
reading our
girly.
Brain Saver, so I'm going to read some cool things out of here. I'm excited. This is day 9 of the Medical Medium Brain Shot Therapy Cleanse Challenge. Day 9. Can you believe it? We have 20 days.
Come on.
We're doing a 100-day Brain Shot Therapy Cleanse Challenge. No, we're not. We're doing a 20-day, and this is day 9.
Come on.
Now, we're going to be doing the Ego Shifter. And I'm going to read about the Ego Shifter a little bit later. So hang on for that, because it's going to be fun. We're going to read a little bit about the Ego Shifter.
Can't wait. Come here,
All right.
Jero.
So let's get into it. I'm excited about this. I'm going to go to page 576.
She wants
you
me to
guys,
pet with my feet.
576 of Brain Saver. Here I am.
I don't have it. I only have my...
When everything
copy.
changes, the not so sick fall every day and become the sick. Do you know anybody who's the not so sick? I just wanted to ask you guys. The not so sick is someone who they're not chronically ill, but they might have a chronic symptom. Maybe they get a headache once in a while. Maybe they feel kind of low once in a while. Maybe they have a mild depression. Maybe they have a little bit of acne. Maybe their stomach bloats up and they get a...
Are you describing me, sir? Oh my God, he does know. He is intuitive. He's like, acne, check. Bloating, check. Mild depression, check. He knows me.
Get a stomach bloat here and there. And then they go to
Breathe
their
air.
functional medicine doctor and they go to another guy and another guy. And they get a little tune-up. They get told stay off of processed foods. Then they're back in action, right? Then they're trying this and trying that. They're doing cod liver oil. They're doing whatever, fish oil. They're doing microbiome stuff, whatever it is. And that's the not so sick. You know, there's different degrees of not so sick. Keep that in mind. There's different degrees of not so sick. And then there's the sick, right? Chronically ill. That's when we're sick.
That's my target audience. That's who you guys are at home. The people who are buying this crap. That's not you. You are really sick.
A whole entire level of degree. That's when we're like sick, right?
Bye, kitty.
So when everything changes, so I'll just read a little bit of this. The not so sick fall every day and become the sick. And that's a thing that you got to think about. You'll see people, they're not so sick, and they weigh back and forth, and then their scale tips. And when their scale tips,
then one day they get a cold, and then all of a sudden they have to buy Kleenex at the store, and that's when you know their ego has become undormant. Okay.
they get sicker. They get sick.
Wow.
So they go from not so sick to sick, right?
Stop.
They start out with some acne and they get a couple of bad colds once in a while and they feel a little bit of fatigue. And then comes the day when they're like neurological problems, aches and pains, tingles and numbness, barely function, brain fog in the worst way. And then they've gone from the sick, the not so sick to sick.
Okay.
That's commonly when the realizations come.
What does acne have to do with it?
Interesting. I've seen people that were just not so sick, and then they get sick, and then...
Does this guy do this on purpose or something? Like, this reminds me of Darman, where it's very simplistic language to attract, like, a foreign audience. So, like, people learning English, like, that they speak in a way that's very slow and annoying to someone who's not really needing the slow speech to practice with. And he's, like, repeats, like, sick to not so sick, and they're sick and then they're not so sick, and that's important because they're sick and then they're not sick. Like, what is this? Just because he doesn't know how to talk, or is like this is like some sort of plot, as he would say, a plot to sell something specifically? I don't know.
The realizations come. The fall they take brings them to a new awakening about how they perceive the world. Interesting, right? You take somebody who's seasoned, you guys know. Take somebody who's really seasoned. You've been there, you've done that. How many doctors have you been to? How many practitioners have you been to? How many different things have you tried? How sick were you? Were you really sick? Severe migraines, aches and pains, depression,
Were you really sick?
panic attacks, heart palpitations, tachycardia, AFib. This cardiologist, this doctor, numbness on the body, right? Your legs feel like sandbags. You got the worst brain fog. You got twitches and spasms and tics. You got
It's like every possible symptom that you could possibly have in a human body. He's like, let me make sure I've run the gamut here. You've had hair go gray. You've had a green nasal boogie come out of your nose once. That's you. I'm speaking to you specifically.
vibrations and tremors, and you feel like you can't get like in your own way because you can't even move. How many people have been through all that? Sick as a dog, right? I just saw that now on IG. Sick as a dog. Been through so much. Okay?
Okay.
So you know how you perceive the world. You know what you're seeing in the world. You're seasoned. You've been there. You've done that. You've been through a lot. You've been kicked down. You got sick. Could not find answers. You've been everywhere.
You went from sick, not so sick, to sick. Okay. Continue, sir.
There's that crowd, right? Wondering Wishing says, yes, a lot of my neighbors are not so sick and can't believe our kids do brain shots. Celery juice, ... I totally understand. Phyllis Lombardi, I used to be the not so sick, and absolutely different degrees of not so sick. This is an incredible topic, really. Hannah T, oh man, I remember the day my scale tipped. Exactly. Scale tips, everything changes. It changes how we perceive the world. This is a big deal. Educating myself says it's a real humble sandwich. So true, so true. Hannah T says, I was not so sick for years.
Oh my God, I can't. I can't. We got to move on to a different one. I got to find a different one. Do you know the concept of being sick and then not so sick? I want to read do you want to do chemtrail? Let's see. Maybe we'll do popular. Why eating eggs makes us sick. Okay, let's watch it.
Anthony William here, the medical medium, #1 New York Times bestselling author of the Medical Medium book series. Many of you guys know that. And books are all over the world helping people heal around the globe. Powerful information. Got my celery juice right here. And I'm ready to do a YouTube. I want to talk all about this. You guys know the books. There's the Medical Medium book 1.
I got it.
There's Life-Changing Foods. I brought some books along. Why not, right? For anybody who doesn't know about them. Thyroid Healing. Medical Medium Thyroid Healing right there. And then Liver Rescue, one of the latest books right there. Getting your liver healthier. It's so powerful. And the Celery Juice book.
How do we need so many books? It's all the same fucking celery juice. This should have been the only one, and there should have been one page.
Which, I mean, it's epic. It has information in there, really powerful stuff to heal. The Medical Medium book series is about advanced medical information. They're medical books. And they're around the world right now, millions around the globe.
How is this not illegal? Advanced medical information. They're medical books. No, they are not. They are the ramblings of a madman. Okay? And welcome, KJ. It's going to pop up in a second. Thank you. Welcome.
And many of you probably already know you're using the information so you can heal and move past your illnesses. But today we're talking about why eggs make us sick. And if you don't know they make you sick, you're going to learn all about it right here today. This is a powerful topic. And listen, this is a topic I'm here talking about. This is a critical topic to start the YouTube live series with. And that's what I'm doing. So I want you to know about the eggs and what's happening. So many of you have symptoms, conditions. I mean, everything from acne to eczema and all kinds of different conditions. And staying away from eggs is critical.
He is ganging up on acne sufferers, and I'm upset. As a fellow acne sufferer, leave us alone. Oh, welcome, Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Hello. Welcome. We're learning about why eggs are bad for us, okay? So this is critical information for us to all learn here.
critical. It's critical. So that's why I'm here
critical.
talking about this topic today alone. But in the actually really soon, I'm going to have guests come on, people that healed from medical medium information. I'm going to have doctors come on, going to have dentists come on, special friends, special guests, scientists, lab technicians, people I know.
People who are plotting against me.
People I've known for years that are actually fighting the battle out there, helping people heal from chronic illness, spreading the medical medium information, which is the most advanced healing information that exists today. So many know it, doctors know it, so many other people know it. And I want you guys.
No, it's not. And doctors don't know it because this is made up from your brain, which is in needing of some boosting.
Learn about it too. So today it's all about eggs and why they're not working for us and why we're getting sicker without realizing it. And we don't blame the egg. Nobody blames the egg. You'll blame a piece of fruit. Somebody will blame something else. Way before, they'll blame all the eggs they ate all those years, even if it was an egg once a year, once a week, once a month. Or
No one blames the eggs. I've been saying this for years. People will blame the strawberries. They are so ego-driven. Those fucking strawberries. They think they're sweet. They're sweet little stems and green leaves. How dare they? It's the eggs the whole time. Those backstabbing potential chickens. I've been saying this forever. Those eggs have been under the radar.
Or once a day, they won't blame the egg. So I'm going to go into it. So we're gonna cover it. So the medical industry is involved with why eggs are bad, not because they're out there talking about eggs being bad, but what happened is they were using eggs back years and years ago to raise bugs. So bugs are why we're sick, and we're going to go into this. This is going to be really intense. It's going to be really interesting, and so much information.
So much information. At least he's like kind of saying something. The medical community is responsible for the eggs because they're growing bugs. Okay, got it. I'm following.
I got to cover. See, basically what happened is viruses, pathogens, bacteria were raised in labs a long time ago, back in the 1920s, back in the 1930s, back in the 1940s, and so on. And these bugs were raised in labs. These are the bugs that got into people now, that are into you. If you have acne, that's Streptococcus. I'm going to go into Streptococcus, all the different...
God damn it. Leave us acne sufferers alone.
Different groups and stuff like that a little bit later. But if you have acne, that means you have strep in your system. That strep is in your system because that strep left the lab back in the 1920s, 1930s. I don't know how, mysteriously left the labs, probably on purpose, obviously, so we can stay sick, so we can be a sick society, a sick culture. 250 million Americans alone are sick right now.
So, okay, the eggs... The bacteria left the lab to give everyone acne so that we can stay a sick society. Okay. This sounds good. This sounds legitimate. Yes, 100%. I see no flaws in this logic.
Symptoms and conditions, and if you don't think you got a chronic illness, if you have one symptom that comes and goes intermittently, or if it just comes and goes periodically, or you can't get rid of it, or it's there all the time, or you got 2 symptoms or 3 symptoms, that's a chronic problem. That's a chronic illness. So do you suffer from autoimmune? Do you suffer from eczema, psoriasis, vitiligo, lupus, Lyme disease, endometriosis?
Oh, he's reading his list that's coming from Source Energy into his ears. For some reason, he's got to look to the side to read the information coming from his brain. Suspicious.
PCOS, fibroids, breast cancer, tingles, numbness, aches, pains, burning feelings, sensations, heart palpitations, ringing in the ears, vertigo, dizziness.
He just threw breast cancer in there real casually. Acne, tingling in the ears, breast cancer. Okay. It's a little bit more than a, one symptom illness there.
Acne, IBS, Crohn's, bloating, colitis, fibromyalgia, hundreds of more conditions. They're caused by pathogens. So you can get your best medical information out there, alternative medicine, or your best healer or your best advisor in medical health, and they won't tell you which bugs or bugs that are responsible for this and responsible for all your illnesses and how eggs feed these bugs. So this is critical information. It's really important. So in order for pathogens to stay alive, they need food. And everybody has pathogens in their body. Everybody has pathogens in their system. That's how it works. If you've had fibromyalgia, if you've had a Hashimoto's problem, if you had a thyroid issue, there's pathogens involved. So we'll cover some of that too along the way. So eczema psoriasis, that's a virus inside the liver along with abundant amounts of copper, a toxin that sits in the liver. So I'll explain about that too. So here's how it works. Viruses stay alive by feeding off of food inside of our body. Pathogens stay alive by feeding off of food inside our body.
Specifically,
so that's how
eggs?
It works. So I got some eggs right here. Of course, you have to have the eggs right here, right? So when you're eating the eggs every day, you're just bringing yourself closer to sickness. Now, you could throw up a blind eye at this. You can just throw your hands at it and be like, okay, what does he know? What's going on here, whatever. But because you're feeling good, you might be young, you might be indestructible in the moment, you might be working out in the gym every single day, you're 20 years old, you're 25 years old, you're 22 years old, whatever, and you're like, no, I have eggs on my salad, I'm told it's a protein source, I'm going to cover all that stuff. But in the end, you will get symptoms. Everybody does, whether they get it at age 38, whether they start getting reproductive problems at age 35, whether they get something at age 42, they get it. See, that's the whole thing. No one's going to escape that unless they really know what to do for themselves, what to actually do, what to use for the health, and how to avoid things they shouldn't be eating. Because in the end, everybody gets symptoms. Bottom line, I've been doing this for 35 plus years, been involved with it. I've talked to thousands of health professionals over the years. I know how it works. Everybody gets symptoms. If you don't think you're getting them now, you're going to get them later. So why not avoid?
I mean, that's a pretty good bet that he's making. He's like, as you get older, you probably will have more things happen to in your life. He must be intuitive. Okay.
Why not actually do something about it? This is one of the most powerful ways.
Deviled eggs. Oh my God. It all makes sense now. Now I understand why they call them deviled eggs. Me after eating one egg. The aftermath of eating one egg.
Oh shit, there's shit on the pillow! No one's come to save us.
Especially the eggs. They're not here to save us. They're here to give us pathogens. Okay.
Is to handle it, is getting rid of these babies right here. And so get them out of your diet no matter what. And so look, I'm not in the food wars, okay? We know that. I'm not all about the food war, meaning like you guys may not know if you're brand new to this.
The food wars, is that, what year did that happen? Because the medical medium war is happening now. World War Medical Medium. When did the food wars happen?
If it's the first time you're watching this with me or anything like that, but people who know medical medium information know that I'm not involved with that whole food war thing, where it's the vegans against the paleos against the vegans, where there's whatever diets anybody subscribe to, where animal protein against the non-animal protein people, and how it goes, and the flip-flopping that happens all in it, where people leave the vegan world and they go back to animal proteins. Meanwhile, they got sick to begin with off the animal proteins. People leave the animal proteins, they go back to the vegan world, and they're all going back.
He's just no eggs, all celery. That's the only stance he's taking. Okay, got it.
Back and forth. And what's happening is everybody's guessing, and everybody's still dealing and fighting with their symptoms as they go along the way, or they get rid of symptoms for a little while and then they come back. So I'm not about just subscribing to one side of it, or hey, veganism is the way to go, or hey, paleism is the way to go. It's not how I've ever been. I'm about real answers, real truth.
I'm a veteran of the food wars. The vegans versus the animal protein people. I've been in the trenches. Sorry.
They're in the medical medium series books, so you can actually be armed and be able to take care of yourself and help yourself heal.
Be
and
armed
better.
in the war.
That's what it's about. It's about making sure that mom who can't get out of bed to take care of her kids gets real answers for the first time after she's already been to 5 neurologists, after she's already been to 5 other doctors or a dermatologist or however, because of her eczema and psoriasis or some other condition. I'm all about making sure you get your information so you can heal and be empowered and rise above all the nonsense and the noise that's out there, including the noise that's on YouTube, including the food war noise.
Including this video that I'm literally delivering to you right now.
Including everybody thinking they got their handle on a diet or whatever, when in the end, no one knows what causes illnesses. They don't know the Epstein-Barr causes actual sickness, like all the different conditions I mentioned earlier, some of them, many of them. And they don't know about all the different shingles varieties, the Epstein-Barr varieties, the over 60 varieties. So we're going into this stuff in depth. Gonna have to actually drink a little celery juice, keep me going here. So,
great.
Let's go into a little bit more of this. The basics. Let's just start out with the basics right here. Viruses and pathogens that are responsible for autoimmune and other illnesses. If you've been diagnosed with an autoimmune condition of any kind and your doctor finally said, hey, it's autoimmune, or you went online and looked and it's autoimmune, whatever that is. What that means, without anybody telling you, is that you have a condition where you have a pathogen inside the body causing problems, creating neurotoxins, creating dermatoxins. Like if it's eczema or psoriasis, that's a pathogen creating a toxin that goes to the skin. This is advanced information. Now, if you eat eggs, if you're eating them or you ate them in the past, you're feeding that pathogen.
This is an egg, everybody. In case you've never seen it, this is what a dozen eggs looks like. I just wanted to make sure you know the true enemy. Oh, God.
You're feeding that virus. And that's what's
what if you scramble
sick,
it?
That's what's going to keep you sick. So this is really important to understand. So that's just a basic rundown of that. So food is medicine. You guys heard that? Everybody's heard that. Food is medicine. Food is medicine, right? Let food be that medicine. All of it. And you know the whole thing with that is food is medicine. What's medicine with food if you don't know what causes illness? How can you know what's good or bad for you? How can you know as a health professional what's really good or bad for you? How can you know as an influencer? How can you know as somebody actually giving advice out there when you don't know what causes illness? If you don't know what causes all the...
Consult your ear spirit who tells you the information. That's the only conclusion I can come to.
Different symptoms and conditions, how do you know what food is good or bad? Why do you think people are still eating eggs? And that's how it works. If people knew what was really wrong with them and what was causing illness and sickness out there, eggs would actually get a bad rap, like a really bad rap. See, that's the whole point. So everybody's saying, hey, food is medicine, but
except
sure, there are some good things in eggs, but there's bad things in eggs too. There's bad things that actually feed bugs, and that's really important to understand. Just because there's a nutrient in eggs, or like omega-3 or something like that, that you're being told is in an egg, just because there's some omega-3s in here, there's some protein in here, something that you think is actually good for you, or some nutrients and stuff like that. Just because that's in here doesn't mean there's something else that isn't in here that's causing trouble. Look, the industries use this in labs as a food source for all the bugs that are keeping everybody down, disempowering women and men, actually hurting people.
Disempowering women and men? Okay. They're feeding bugs eggs. I'm not understanding this. I'm not understanding. Oh, spirit. Oh, spirit of compassion. Hello. Can you tune in to the show, please? I'm needing some clarification on this. Why eggs? Why chicken eggs? Is it all eggs or just chicken eggs? What about quail eggs? What about duck eggs? Are those safe, or just eggs in general are all bad? I need this information, please. Deliver it to Anthony to answer me, please.
Keeping them sick, hurting children, keeping them sick. That's what they did. They did that without your permission. No town hall meeting, no vote, no anything. This was done without your decisions involved. So eggs...
Everybody in favor of using eggs to keep this society that we call America sick, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. The votes have it. Eggs to ruin society wins. That's democracy, everybody. Kitty!
Were actually ruined because of this, okay? And before all of this, yeah, eggs were probably a fine food to eat. Why not? Why not?
I don't know, you
let's
tell
go
me.
into something called autoimmune. I want to cover that a little bit. Why? I want to talk about that when it comes down to eggs, autoimmune and eggs, and kind of link that together. So that's really important to talk about because so many of you with autoimmune conditions of any kind or symptoms that may not have been diagnosed as autoimmune or anything, so many of you are actually eating eggs or go back to eating eggs or maybe come off of them and go back to them. You know, it's one of those things where it's a staple in all the diets. Maybe if you're not a vegan, sure. But you know what? There's a lot of people, they're not vegan long. You know, they're vegan for a very short time. They're vegan for like 5 years. Yeah, that's a short time. That's a really short time. Or they're vegan for 1 year and they're back on eggs. What do they do when vegans usually leave that whole thing? Plant-based people, they go right back to eggs. They do a little fish, or they stay with eggs. They bring on cheese or something, or butter. They usually start there. But so I want to talk about how most everybody has been either been on eggs when they're younger, or they're on eggs later, or they're...
You been on eggs? How long you been on eggs for? I've been on eggs since I was 4 years old. It's been a long battle of eggs. The egg battles. The Eggstein bar still making me laugh. Oh, the Eggstein bar virus. It's the best. That's the best comment I've ever seen.
Just on eggs every day. So let's talk about this. Think about technology back in the 1950s, late 1940s, right? Think about technology. Think about the phones. Go watch an old movie. I know I say this a lot. Watch an old movie and look at technology back in 1950, all right? You'll be in shock because we're so used to tech now. We're so used to life now. We're so used to what's happening now, okay? And so go back and look at that. And when you look at that, you'll see the old phones, you'll see the old cars as big as big as boats. You'll see all of that, you know. And what happens is when you realize technology was where it was at, then you have to realize medicine was where technology was at back then too. It was in the dark ages, okay? That was the dark ages.
Not like today where we get our medical advice from scammers on the internet. Much more modern and civilized.
Of medicine. That was where theories were born. Just like now theories are here now, we're still, you know, in the dark ages in many ways because, you know, hey, they still don't even know what causes chronic illness and autoimmune. But think about as far as back in the late 1940s, early 1950s. Well, that's when the autoimmune theory was birthed. That's when it was born. Okay? So if you're someone who's young right now, if you're someone that's already been to a couple doctors, you got a little bit of eczema and you're realizing it's autoimmune, or you got some swelling on the body, or you got something you're getting a diagnosis of lupus, or you just got symptoms that are actually being classified as autoimmune, or you're dealing with a little fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome, or whatever it is, that's all in the autoimmune family, or Lyme disease now pushed to autoimmune. I'm going to go into that in more detail. Whatever you're dealing with, okay? Autoimmune is a
Was that a demon? What was that? Was that the spirit of compassion making an entrance? Or I guess he was showing the comments or something.
That's all in.
Maybe that's his wife.
The autoimmune family, or Lyme disease now pushed to autoimmune. I'm going to go into that.
I think we're seeing an angel. Touched by an angel? What is this? Is that an egg? An egg is trying to come on the stream. This is propaganda. Kind of looks like an egg.
More detail. Whatever you're dealing with, okay?
Big egg is trying to make an entrance. Trying to make an egg-trance.
Autoimmune is a theory still. The word is a theory. The concept is a theory. Your sickness is real. Your symptoms are real. They are very real. Way more real than the industry lets you feel or know, because that's how it is. By saying it's autoimmune, they're saying your body's attacking itself. They're saying your body's destroying itself. So that's what they're doing. So think about that for a minute. Here you are, you go to a doctor. It's not the doctor's fault. Doctors work for the industry. It's not, doctors are amazing. It's not about the doctor, but you go to the doctor.
Let go my ego.
And the doctor's gonna be like, yeah, you have an autoimmune condition. That's what you have. So now you're making your protein shakes, now you're making your smoothies, now you're having your hard-boiled eggs on salads, now you're doing all this because you're trying to eat healthy. You go to a good functional medicine doctor and they're like, get off of gluten, get off of this, get off of that. But they still think you have an autoimmune condition. They're still following that 1950s theory where your body's attacking itself. See, autoimmune means your body's immune system is attacking the glands and organs. That's what it means. That's a theory that occurred back in the technology of that, old school of the 1940s and the 1950s. That was a theory that came up because science and research had to protect itself because millions of patients were coming in with new symptoms for the first time in history. So please know that. And there's no science proving autoimmune yet, the autoimmune theory. There's no science or research that can actually prove the autoimmune theory. Okay, that's how it works. You can look all you want. They'll still say your body's attacking itself, and they'll talk about an autoantibody, but they can never find that autoantibody causing harm. It's not possible. It's still a complete and total theory, a farce, actually. It's basically a ruse played on you.
Okay, so it's not a theory. It's a farce and a ruse, according to him. Okay, that changes things.
And I'll tell you why. It's to train you that you have a faulty body, that your sickness is your fault. It's not a pathogen. It's not the Epstein-Barr virus. It's not this. It's not that. The industry doesn't want you knowing these truths.
Why?
The industry doesn't want you knowing any of that.
Why
the
not?
industry wants to keep you sick. That's how the money machine works. You've heard of that, right? Well, it's like that with autoimmune, the theory. So this is how it works. In the 1950s, they didn't know why all these people were sick. They were
Thank you, JH. I have the perfect soundbite for this moment. JH says, me trying to seem cool at a party. So do you guys do eggs or... Has anyone got any eggs? I want some hard-boiled eggs, baby. We're going to have a bender. We're going to get scrambled tonight. Get some deviled eggs. I'm going to get mine poached. Right, Kitty? What do you have to say? What do you like? What kind of eggs do you like? Do you like them scramble-ambled? She's like, I don't eat eggs. I'm a cat. I eat turkey and beef. She loves beef from a can. Okay, for this moment, I have to say...
One of the things that fascinates me about you is that you're from Canada.
JH, that's for you specifically. And also...
We have a lot of really great friends from Canada.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that excellent comment. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am getting loopy now. It's 3 hours, 40 minutes in. This is when it starts to go off the rails. I just can't stop.
Pouring in. Symptoms they'd never seen before. I've even talked to old doctors back in the day.
Remember that commercial? I just thought about the anti-drug commercial where the woman takes the egg. She's like, this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. And then she smashes the egg into the pan and like throws it around the house. She was onto something. That was a message from the ether.
Day when they were already 90 years old after practicing way back then. And I've talked to them and they've told me how it all worked and what was happening.
Who did? 9-year-olds?
Theory was just a way to confuse people, to protect science and research. Because science and research has to protect itself. And
Why?
It uses you and womankind to do so. Not in all fields. I'm talking about crime.
Specifically womankind? Okay, so let me get this straight. Science and research needs to protect itself by hiding the science and research from the public so that what?
Chronic illness. So just know this, not in all fields. You know, when I talk to scientists, they'll say the same thing. They'll say it doesn't protect itself all the time in other areas, but it does in chronic illness and women suffering and struggling. So when women come in with all their different symptoms or heart palpitations, it's their hormones. Or or their fatigue, their severe fatigue, it's their body attacking itself. Or it's in their head and they're creating it. Or it's genes. These are techniques used for the industry to protect itself. So first of all, the industry used eggs to raise all of these pathogens that make us sick. Then when everybody got sick and is getting sick now and pouring into their offices, and still today, like never before in history, we have an epidemic right now, right? Now that people are pouring in sick, they use the old theory that came out, the protected research and science, the grandfather law theory, which is the body's attacking itself. How do you like them apples, huh? Exactly. So you're going to be, say, 22 years old, 21 years old, maybe 40 years old, maybe 45 years old with your first diagnosis. You got a thyroid problem. Oh, wait a minute. I got Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Oh, I got hyperthyroidism. And you're going to find out that's your body attacking itself.
The fact that celebrities, like this exists, I found this within 5 seconds. This is his most popular live stream on his YouTube page. The fact that like Adam Sandler is like, this guy gets my seal of approval is very shocking and disappointing. Like Sylvester Stallone is hanging out with him at a party. This guy, the anti-egg man, like I don't get it. I really don't understand. I don't understand why people don't have higher standards. They just go, yeah, come on board. Like, I don't care about my reputation or who I promote at all. I just want to, like, be lied to or what? I don't know. I'm so confused.
There's no answers out there. So there's no answers out there.
Exactly.
Whether you like it or not about me telling you this truth. Whether you're somebody that's like, that's not true. There's answers. No, I trust my doctor. No, I trust research and science. I trust all the different non-gluten diets. I trust everything. But you know what? There's something I call bullshitting yourself. And that's what people do every day. And they actually bullshit themselves to still eat eggs. That I've learned. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Here's how it works. It's important to know what causes sickness so you can actually help others move forward, rise out of this. It's important to know that pathogens cause sickness. Heavy metals cause sickness. Mercury, aluminum, lead, arsenic, nickel, cadmium, copper cause illness. And heavy metals like mercury, okay, with foods like eggs, feed bugs that keep us sick, that keep us down, that keep us hurting, that keep us fatigued, that give us thyroid problems and so forth. You have to break out of that whole thing where you actually think that your body's attacking itself, or that you cause the problem, or it's genes, or it's even the wrong foods you're eating. People will be like, well, it's fruit that's causing my Hashimoto's. That's actually not even possible. Fruit cannot feed pathogens like viruses. They can't feed that. They're actually, blueberries help you get rid of pathogens. They help you get rid of viruses.
The Food Wars Propaganda Edition. Pro-blueberry, anti-egg. Eggs versus blueberries. The Food Wars 2022.
They help you heal.
The famous war of blueberries versus eggs.
That's the whole point. And so you need to know there's certain foods that are medicine and there's foods that aren't medicine. That's why it's so important here. That's why I'm talking about this. So many people are sick because they're eating the wrong foods and they think it's medicine. They think the wrong food is healing. And that's how it works. They're also told their body's attacking itself, so they're given no answers. It's why there are so many people healing with medical medium information. The reason why there's so many people healing with medical medium information globally out there, because of the millions of books that got out there all in the world, is because they have the truth. And they know better not to just BS themselves. They know it. They know what they've been through. They've been to 10 doctors. They've been to 15 doctors. They've seen how hard it is. They've been to 4 neurologists. They've been through hell and back.
The big egg is trying to get in the shot again.
Down on their hands and knees suffering
in the corner.
And they pay tons of money and they put so much money out in so many different ways, and they've suffered and they've struggled, okay, and they know this. And so what happens is those people that have healed through the medical medium information know not to eat eggs. But hey, this might be the first time you've ever seen a video of me, first time you ever heard about my books. So we're going to go into more of this. So just back to the autoimmune theory. It's not your body attacking itself.
It's eggs.
That's not how it works.
Attacking you from the outside.
And that's just a complete and total fraudulent theory that was created to protect science because there were no answers.
Protect science.
And so every single illness now is classified, practically every single. You have to understand, it's not just 10 illnesses, 20 illnesses, or 100. We're in hundreds of different conditions now are classified in the autoimmune category because they have no answers. And then you're supposed to believe your body caused it. And then when you sit there with that autoimmune diagnosis, you're eating your eggs because you're told by some dietitian. I mean,
just shoving eggs down your throat every second of the day, and you don't understand why. Why are you still having eczema? Why aren't you in excellent health? You're just confused. You're just shoveling in the eggs constantly. You're cracking. Your whole veneer of life is cracking among you. Bye, Kitty. Bye. Love you.
I'm super freaking privileged.
Thanks, Rob. Rob says, Rachel Lee Cook was the woman who destroyed her kitchen with the pan. Yes, that sounds right. That sounds correct. Let me see. I wonder if that's copyrighted. I'm sure it is. Actually, maybe not. Is your brain on eggs? Let's take a second away from this nonsense. Here it is. Flashback, everybody. This is when technology was old, back in 1980s, when technology was in its infancy. The war on technology, the famous World War.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time.
This isn't Rachel.
This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Okay. I like the sexy version better. There she is. There's our girl. Inspired a decade of haircuts, of what do they call it? Jagged edge haircuts, blunt cuts. This is your brain. Here it goes. Cute outfit.
This is your brain. And this is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. And this is what your body goes through. Wait.
Little did she know, the actual egg was the real culprit, and heroin's actually good for you. Heroin's my anti-egg.
It's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And your friends, and your money, and your drugs, and your self-respect, and your future.
I think that's an understated commercial. They really tried to subtly tell you that drugs are bad for you in that commercial. They're like, how do we just hint at it? We don't want to scare anybody. Oh no! Did I get rid of the website? The medical medium information website? Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Yeah, she's all that. 'Cause she is all that. Well, I guess we'll never know what happened in the egg wars. I guess I'm over it. He was just saying the same thing over and over again. And guess what the cure is? Celery juice. And reading his books and watching his videos. That is the cure to everything is celery juice and A&W root beer. Now introducing A&W root beer celery flavor. It will cure all of your ailments and it has not been tainted by big egg corporations. Sponsored by Hay House Media, their new division of soft drinks.
Your face to face with me and I to you. I began to purge.
That's me throwing out all the eggs for the house immediately after the stream, just in case. Just kidding. A&W Root Beer, sponsored by Big Celery.
Soda!
All right, well, I will listen to the other 2 episodes of Medical Medium, The Takedown, and see if there's anything juicy. I'm assuming there's not. I'm assuming there's no juice in that celery, but we'll see. And then I'll be anxiously awaiting Netflix to be calling my phone, asking for an interview, stat. So yeah. So I'll update you in there. I'm trying to think of anything else announcement-wise. More streams coming soon. More fun streams, not depressing streams. Definitely not any serious topics. There's a couple stories I'm interested in. The mom-fluencer who pretended that her children were kidnapped or gonna be kidnapped. She made up this whole story and got, legally liable for that, which I find to be interesting because that seems to be, I don't know, mom-fluencer culture is something I've talked about here and there, but I would like to get into more. So I think that's a good gateway. And then also the one I've been talking about a little bit on Instagram, but the woman who started the company to get people to sign up for FAFSA, and then she sold it to JP Morgan and lied about how many customers she actually had, and now she got sued and may be facing criminal charges. So those are 2 I'm working on in the background. I'm also looking at a bunch of stuff. Oh my gosh, you want to see this one guy I really want to talk about? Not only a serious capacity, but his channel is just so funny. Oh my God, I laugh every day. This guy's crazy. If you follow me on Instagram, which you should, He is World YT on Instagram. I share this guy's stuff a lot. Coach Jeremy. He's a micro-dosing, genius or whatever. He does retreats. And he goes into grocery stores and just points out, similar to Medical Medium, points out what is toxic to you. He's very interesting, but he was at the airport recently screaming into his phone. Let's see, where is it? He posts a lot. He posts quite a bit. Let's see, where is it? Maybe he took it off. Maybe people were like, this is too far, bro. Let's see. Let's just pick a different one then. This is from today.
One of the biggest crimes that hospitals in America commit is serving their patients this drink. And sure, telling them that it's going to keep them strong and their bones and muscles healthy. That is a bunch of bullshit. Literally, there's over 50 ingredients in here, including maltodextrin, which comes from genetically modified corn, which has glyphosate, which has been directly linked to cancer. And then we have sugar.
Can you imagine being at the store and trying to get down the aisle and this guy screaming into someone else's phone? It's killing everybody. It's are you going to buy this or can you just do this at your house? They don't even buy the products anymore. They're not even buying the eggs to show the props. They're just going to the store and screaming obscenities.
Sugar, canola oil, all the artificial sweeteners that cause inflammation on the gut and the brain. And this is what they're serving our patients in hospitals. I remember my grandparents taking this to keep them strong, and ultimately it probably contributed towards their death.
They were also 120 years old, but definitely was the Ensure.
So please go to my Instagram stories right now to find much better alternatives. Peace.
Okay, thank you so much, Coach Jeremy. Thank you. Oh yeah, let's see what he has to say here.
Room temperature water. That's the only thing that you want to drink with your meals. Cheers.
I think your grandparents are alive, according to this video. Did you know that your son or your grandson is saying that you're dead from Ensure? They're right there at the table. What? What are you saying there, Jeremy?
Cheers, cheers. Understand that every time you drink cold water with your meals, you are shutting the tiny passages that secrete gastric juices. And you need those gastric juices to metabolize and digest your food effectively.
He's so loud. He's at a restaurant right now. All you need to do is drink room temperature water. Cold water will kill you.
And efficiently. So that is why you should never drink cold beverages with your food. Stick to room temperature water.
This is, dude, is there 2 beers on the table? I gotta go back.
Room temperature water.
I hate Instagram how you can't scroll.
That's the only thing that you want to drink with
beer, bread, oil, vinegar, a menu. This guy's toxic.
With your meals. Cheers.
Where's the other beer?
Cheers.
I see one.
Understand.
He's got a beard too. What the exposed. This man's been exposed. Damn. Called out. What's that beer doing there?
And that
Kinkoman. Or Heineken. Or Guinness or something. I can't tell. I guess Kinkoman's like the soy sauce flavor. Damn, Jeremy. You're telling us about warm water and you're drinking beer on the job? Wow.
every time you drink cold water.
Dang. What else? There's one I gotta show you. Hold on. It's him. He's like, you're gonna unlike me from this, and I don't care. Oh yeah, here's him defending maybe. I don't know if he's defending him or not. Let's see. You think, vote yes or no. Defending the Dalai Lama or not defending the Dalai Lama for sucking on the little boy's tongue or whatever.
All right, this was easily one of the most disturbing and disgusting things that I've ever seen. For those who haven't seen it yet.
Okay, wow. Pleasantly surprised he was not defending it. A lot of people I saw in the wellness space were like, it's just taken out of context. It's just taken out of context. Uh-oh. Acne warriors, unite. Okay, wait, let me find it though, for real. The one where he's like, I will be unfollowed for this. Let's see, where is it? Oh, the food wars, egg wars, medical medium wars. Now we have the war in masculinity. I forgot about that. Uh-oh. Hypocrite?
In a majority of cultures, especially here in America, alcohol is the most normalized drug on the planet.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's completely normal to get absolutely intoxicated Friday, Saturday night, wake up the next day feeling like complete shit, not being able to function like a normal human being. And somehow we've normalized that behavior. Like, it's
almost like you're doing it with your grandparents at a restaurant.
Absolutely mind-blowing. And then those same people are like, bro, why are you doing mushrooms, dude? Like, why are you doing drugs? I'm like, dog, look at yourself. You're the one that is numbing yourself with this liquid poison. I'm the person that's actually connecting to real medicine that comes from nature that's been used for thousands of years to elevate our...
I mean, beer has been around for thousands of years as well, and it's also from nature. It's hops and yeast, but go off, King. Okay, where the heck? Oh yeah, here. Nothing's safe.
One of the worst things that you can do for your health is use this plastic Tupperware to store your food. Understand that these plastic containers contain thousands of chemicals, and then you heat up that food in a microwave, and all of those chemicals from the plastic leach into your food, which then leach into your blood.
Okay, so you can't use that. Don't use plastic containers, but microdose mushrooms from who knows where. Cool. Okay. Why you are getting older? Oh, here it is. I found it.
A lot of people are gonna see this video and unfollow me, but that's okay, because this video is an authentic expression of me loving myself. And for most of my life, I didn't love myself. But at the age of 32, I can finally say that I love myself unconditionally. And sometimes this is what self-love looks like. Giving yourself the love and intimacy that you crave.
On a camera, on my iPhone, recording myself, touching myself with ice cubes, which apparently are gonna be horrible for my insides but are okay for my outsides. Okay.
Mothers, you gotta give it to yourself first. A lot of
Oh boy. He makes me laugh. Okay, last one and I'll sing my song. Here we go. Damn, baller.
The number one reason why you are getting older is because you stopped playing. You stopped doing the things that you loved as a kid. Understand that you're not too old to play.
I really want to know what those tattoos are on his leg. Some sort of words.
But you are going to continue getting older if you continue neglecting your inner child. So take this video as your sign to start doing the things that light your soul on fire, whether it's playing music, writing poetry, playing basketball, baby. Let's go. You're never too busy to activate your inner child.
Says a man who runs a microdosing mastermind class. Like, okay. I don't think your schedule is the same as everyone else's. Wearing Toon Squad shorts. I'm assuming in Miami. Someone says, I was going to say time. Time is the number one reason, but your reason works, I guess. That form. Dead. Man. Well. Oh, yeah. Okay, last one. You thought the Tupperware was bad. Have you heard of receipts?
Can touching receipts destroy your testosterone levels? I know it sounds crazy, but several studies have found that handling receipts.
Studies have found that individual thermal receipts can contain BPA that is 250 to 1,000 times greater than the amount in a can of food. Testing thermal paper samples from 18 hospitality businesses in Minnesota found that half of them contain BPA at levels ranging from 54 to 79 micrograms per square centimeter of paper. This is the comment that I liked earlier. Says, while holding receipt the whole time. This person says, the more I watch this man's video, the more I realize everything is bad and I'm going to die. Can't use headphones unless it's the cord ones. Can't use a smartwatch. Can't use a microwave. Can't drink from water bottles. Can't grab my receipt. Can't buy apples if they have a certain number of letter in the barcode. Can't take Tylenol for my migraines. Can't do shit now. I'm not going to live my life in fear. And then someone responded to that and said, heck, the cordless ones are good for you. Either can't believe he recommended those. They send out radiation too. And here's a super fake one where he's like confronting his friends at a store, pretending that they're just shoppers.
My man, what do you got here?
I'm taking Tylenol.
What for?
I got a headache.
Listen, there's way better ways to handle a headache than this poison. And I'm going to tell you the truth about Tylenol. So Tylenol contains acetaminophen.
Hammer yourself with a hammer like they do to the journalists over at the medical medium inner circle. That's how to handle a headache. So I want to do a bigger video on him and other men, specifically coaches, health people who go into these grocery stores all day long and just hold up different products and like scream about it in the aisles and how annoying that must be for the employees and for shoppers. Like, get out of the way. Weirdos. Stop making, this fear-mongering content, please. It's so annoying. Like, get a new idea. You just steal it from each other. Like, what should we do today? I don't know. Let's go to HEB. Let's go to Target and just harass people and record content for 7 hours about one headline that we read. Stupid. And that's what thrives. He's got more followers than me, so hell. What do I know?
This is just stupid.
Okie dokie, everybody. So, let's see. I am definitely down to create an egg emote for sure. Let's see how many. I'll check right now before I switch gears to how many more we need to qualify. Oops, okay. I'm going into the interwebs webs of YouTube. Okay, we need 6 more members. 6. The famous numbers.
This is gold, straight up.
So if we get 6 new members, by the time the next stream is, we will have an evil egg emote. I promise. Yeah, so thank you for everyone who donated. Alaska Blood Tundra, thank you for the members. As per usual and as per always, you are a fan favorite around here.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
Truly. All right, everybody. Join the membership. I did not live up to my expectations of last week. I did not make a separate new Reddit post on the membership to add new people. So I will do that, I promise, after this stream ends. And then anyone who is a new member who wants to join the Reddit can join, and then we will have that. And then if we get 6 new members by next time, new emotes, and also merch is coming out. I have it for members, but I have not done like a graphic showing what it is yet, so I'll just wait. I mean, you can find it. Thank you, El Cholo's kid. Thank you. Yay, we did it, everybody. We did it.
This is gold, straight up.
Thank you, El Cholo's kid.
This is so good.
Woo. Okay, evil egg, it is. Everyone's cool with that? I think that's gotta be it, right?
Oh, okay. Cool.
We can make a celery one after that. But yeah, 10 people can now join. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, El Cholo's kid.
Soda!
You're the MVP as well. Kendra, what do you have to say?
Like, I'm not drinking the Rachel Hollis Kool-Aid.
I agree. We need to have Kendra back on. We need to have Kendra back on. We need to have B. Haney on. We got to get Cam on. I got to have some guests again. I need to start socializing again, even if it's virtually at my own house while I'm alone. I need content and contact with the outside world. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. 'Cause I am so sad. 'Cause I need friends to talk to about what's going on. Okay. It's late. 4 hours in. Time to leave. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Welcome to the membership. And,
Oh, okay. Cool.
that wasn't a joke. Just kidding, emoji, a random one. And I will see you at the next one. I think you can still join as it comes through.
Okay. Colts.
As I go to the next screen. Okay, everybody. Peace out. See you in 1 second. I mean, you'll hear me in 1 second. Fast pace today. My favorite place to play. Eggs are bad. Rainy Cannon is sad about that starry nights. He just wants to fight. Eggs. Nicole Campbell says celery's the best. And Cannabay says receipts, not for May. And until Arnold doesn't get startled by Tupperware that could be toxic, Heather tellies. I'm not sure, but I won't sneeze because I don't eat no eggs. A console. You are like Rapunzel. Let down your hair and share the plot. Katie. I have the recordings, but I won't release them. Like DJ Pepino. They are from Reno. And Joms is not an egomaniac. They just have Eggstein-Barr. That's the best joke by far. Oh. Tiffany. We see each other on the screen through the chat. What do you think about that? Chels Marie. Oops. Starting over. Stat. Chels Marie. Did you receive good medical advice from tonight's stream? Alaska Platundra, thank you again for all those memberships. To he, she, and them. All the new people to join. They owe you a big fat coin. Crystal G, you just love celery, don't you? Are you juicing it like Lindsay Walden told you to? Lindsay gets all her information from a spirit. Like me. And like Kimberly Casse. She costs May $0 because she's here for free. That's what she told me. And Allison Wonderland 66. Sticks and stones won't break my bones, but words don't hate me. That's what I told Medical Medium when those 7 people talked bad about him. Carasoto. Let's take a photo of me eating an egg. You don't have to beg. Kimberly Harris smiles. She will be running for miles and miles away from the egg wars of 2023. They're starting, y'all. Heather Hope says, nope, nope, nope. One more time. Couple more rhymes. Yeah. This song isn't as good as the Medical Medium's poem, but I'm trying. I don't have any spirit in my ear. Everyone just has to be near. And Dave Kelly, he gets his information from the telly. But not Jenna Cash. She's probably eating her secret stash of eggs. Isn't it true? What about you, El Cholo's kid? Thanks for coming in clutch with those memberships. Now we get an egg emote thanks to YouTube's emote system. Yeah. Blaze Goddess. You are on the list and are so cool and honest. I believe everything you say. Like I believe all the gurus every single day. Charlotte, you're the last one on the list. I'm sorry that you are so pissed because the Medical Medium has a plot against him. Just kidding. I guess we're part of the plot now. I'm so sad I got blocked. But it's okay. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.